So noting oil futures quickly extending gains here with Brent crude up by around $2 a barrel. WTI up around 3% on the session as well. And in the banking sector, noting that PacWest Bancorp shares jumped 30% at the open, ticker PACW.
Good morning out there. Get right into it. Okay, right off the opening bell. I don't know what that is right there. Make sure I get this right here. Daily updates. We're on a 5-minute chart right now, 411.66. I don't know what is going on right there. 1166 is the pivot, 409.61. I don't know why that's wrong. Okay, just off the opening bell here, 406.58. A little bit high. Right about there. Just off the opening bell, let me show you guys a couple things here. We're kind of looking for a kiss play off the opening bell. See if I can straighten that out a little bit there. This morning. So let me post some of this stuff up real quick. Tesla, GME, KRE, and Tesla, GME, KRE, and what else? NFLX today. Post that right there. Close all that up right there. Close that right there. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Check on Twitch. Make sure Twitch is up and running. Oh, let me go to multi-stream here so I don't miss all of your chats. Happy Monday. Hope you all had a great weekend. Happy Monday. Good morning. Let me have a sip of coffee here. Good morning. That's weird. That's weird. Let me mute that right there and see if I've got the echo coming back in my desktop audio. Yeah, I got I got rid of the echo. I think I got rid of the echo. I'll find out here in just a moment. I heard the echo too. Couple things I got to do in the background here. Ended up working all weekend. Oh, no. In that task. In that task. In that task. Right there. And I've got another thing that I need to ask you guys about this morning is I have moved over to fiber. So I don't know what that means. Well, I mean, I think I know what it means, but I don't know what its impact is on this stream yet. You know, people promise things and then you find out that it's bullshit and lies. You still have an echo out there right now? Fiber makes me look even better. Oh, I love you. Who is that? Bumbledine. Ooh, I love you. Okay, we're back to no echo. Right on. Yeah, there was an echo. I had unmuted Twitch. I remember now. I unmuted it yesterday. I was watching some other streamers yesterday with a friend. I was checking out ideas for the show. People were like, you got to check this person out, check that person out. I'm like, okay. Thanks, I appreciate it. We'll make no difference. Yeah, so the idea here is that, well, it's twofold. I live in Michigan, and Comcast Xfinity, their lines are down all the time. And not only are their lines down all the time, but they're when power goes out, even if their lines don't get knocked down, they just turn that shit off. And of course, they act like you don't know because you're like, my power goes out and I have generator, so I know. It's like the internet will stay on and then all of a sudden it'll just shut off. And of course they're like, we're not going to give you your money back if my power is out for a week because I didn't know any better anyways. And then they turn it right back on right before the power comes back on. Now you might be like, yeah, it's because it's on the same power line or whatever. But I'll tell you what, my friends say here that when it finally got to them, it never goes out. When power goes out, it doesn't matter. I don't know if it's because it's lower in the pole, if it's because of, I don't know what the reason is, but fiber here is more reliable. The other aspect here is that fiber, well, I got to bring a bunch of stuff over for you, don't I? Fiber here is, or versus like Xfinity. So at one point I was paying $360, I think. I upgraded to the commercial Xfinity, and I got a bullplane alert. Oh yeah, baby. I had to upgrade to do the stream. They were throttling me anyways, and as a matter of fact, my wife works as a physical therapist, and she works from home, and then my children are secular homeschoolers. So that means that they have tutors and they have an online teacher. It's not like I'm teaching them. It's like I'm the one teaching them. So you've got a lot of usage, internet usage, right? A lot of demand. And so I had to have like the best internet. Well, that didn't work. The other issue is latency, like the size of the tube for uploading. So like my download speeds would be okay, like between 300 and 600 depending upon the day. They'd be like good, but my upload was terrible. And that does impact the stream. It impacts the latency or how long it takes for me to do what I have to do in the background, and then send it all the way back to you. There's the hourly trigger right here. I want to talk to you guys about something right now. So it being Monday right now, there's two things to be keyed into. Number one, if we do continue higher, normally on a Monday, right, I'm looking for us to close the gap down here minimum. This is the gap right here. At least touch this pre-market low. That's like bare minimum. Close that gap. Like that's what I want. Close the gap. And then maybe touch the pre-market lows. That's like number one. The second key here is I really want to see some kind of a it's called a kiss play. And it's more like a, let me make sure I got all this right here. And I want to show it to you. I'm going to explain it better here for you in just a moment. So let me mute some of this stuff here. Happy Monday, everybody. I almost didn't come on. I was running late too, but I almost didn't come on because I was like, you know what? It's better. Like sometimes it's better to let the market open up for you guys, especially on a Monday. There's a couple things I want you to see here. So a kiss play is like coming back and kissing this hourly. It's just a way to check to make sure that, yes, we are going up. Now, we don't have to do this, but I always like doing this. Like, just, it's a Monday. We come back down here. You have like Turnaround Tuesday, right? Turnaround Tuesday can be a bull day or a bear day. But on a Monday, if you came down here and just tested this, then we had Turnaround Tuesday coming up. Or you come down here and test this, and then come up. I always prefer that. It gives VIX some breathing room. And then on Friday, I was talking to you guys, if we gapped up overnight, that it would be an automatic sell. Remember, I talked to you about on Friday, I was like, yeah, if we gap up, we're going to sell it. If we trade sideways and down into Monday, it'll be a nice dip to buy. It'll be a nice way to close out some put spreads. Well, that's what my take was for Monday. And I was like, we can go, like the bull case is we gap up over Sunday futures. And we sell Monday. The bear case is that we trade sideways and down into Monday and kiss this hourly trigger down here just to confirm the move is higher. Now, saying all that right now where we are, I'm looking at this hourly here. See this hourly velocity right here. Pay attention to this. It's a little toppy, right? Now, it can stay toppy. We have previous examples of it coming up here and staying up here. But we didn't get the gap up overnight, did we? And the daily velocity is on its way down. So I can posit a couple things. I can posit that we're a little overbought on the hourly. Any rips higher are likely shortable. Likely not going to be supported. We are in bull trend, so this can stay irrational longer, but I need both of these. Or not even both of these. In reality, what I need is, so we're up here right now, right? So look at this whole entire area here. Is this shortable? Fuck yeah, it is. Is that shortable? Hell yeah, it is. Are these dips buyable? Day trading they are. What do I need to happen for me to buy a dip day trade, though? Is I need this, look at this green stuff right here. I need this green in the bottom, you see? And you can see they directly correlate. So if I'm trying to buy a rip on a Monday, I probably at least want to have that right there. Like I want safety, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I want like high probability. So it's Monday morning. And do I think it continues higher? I don't know. What I do know is my favorite setup. I'm looking for some proof over here. You know, there's a couple other nice things over here too, right? Like I'm looking for some proof. Now, another thing for me to be looking at here is I'm on that T1 chart. Let's go to the 1 minute. Let's just look at this. This is a day trader chart. Here's a day trader chart, okay? So let's just look at a day trader chart.
The Iraq oil ministry. Iraq resumes oil exports from Al Khayyara oil field with a capacity of 33,000 barrels per day.
Same thing, right? I'm looking for these green boxes to be on the downside. And I'm also looking for these red boxes to be on the downside. I mean, this is a beautiful one right here.
Get a free trial at takestrike.com.
I mean, look at that. There's one. And there's two, right? I'm on max bearishness on the hourly. I'm on max bearishness in the 5 minute. I'm on max bearishness on the 1 minute. Max bearishness on the 1 minute. What max bearishness on the 5 minute. Okay, bearishness on the green. And you can see it went down a little bit more, but I could have bought a 5-day and printed burr anyways. So, am I seeing that right now? Over here. I see some bearishness on the 1 minute. I see a little bit of bearishness on the 5 minute. I sure as shit don't see no bearishness on the hourly, do I? So I'm coming into Monday. What would I want to see? I'd want to see like some bearishness on the hourly. What's like my prime buy a dip setup? I want to see some bearishness on the hourly. And I want to see some bearishness on the 5 minute. And I want to see some bearishness over here. Now we can get bullish up here for a little bit, but I want to see all three of these right here. So that I can go on and be like, hey, guess what? Buy the fucking dip. So, do I buy this dip on this open on a Monday morning? Nah.
Erase the gains after the open here. Currently around flat, but negative on the session.
And what am I looking for? I'm going to be looking for these three things to be like max bearish and price to be coming into one of the triggers. Like if price is right here.
Note that U.S. stocks have struggled for direction this morning as traders assess the outlook for monetary policy.
That's bullshit.
Data coming out.
Traders ain't assessing no monetary policy. It's a crock of shit.
So the S&P did.
So you're looking for the interaction down here on the hourly.
9% on Friday to hold its longest losing streak since February. Again, the gains have now been erased in the S&P.
I'm also, if this doesn't hold, I'm then looking for my daily to hold. Now, I can go back in time and say, what I can do is go back in time and say, hey, let's look back here. First time we tested the daily, we bounced. Second time we broke through it. It's possible that this time we might actually go down to 403, 402. Possible now. You can see the decline here. There's a little bit of a bump. We got a little bit of a cocaine snort. So some areas of interest for you if you're a trader. Like two major areas of interest for you as a trader is right around 411.01 and right around 408.95. And the key here is if these don't hold, if the hourly 5 minute and 1 minute are topping still. So if we come into this, so if we come down here to this, or we come down here to this and expect to buy a dip, I better not see the 5 minute on a high.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do get the US wholesale inventories month over month revised.
The 1 minute on a high.
On a prior of 0.1%, as well the US wholesale sales month over month forecast.
And the hourly is still kind of high, you know, not underneath. If I see this right here, that's telling me that shit ain't going to hold. So we're going to monitor it as the day progresses. Does that make sense to you? So we're going to keep our eyes on the S&P 500. We're going to keep our eyes on velocity on the 1, the 5, and the hour. Oh, look at that. It's already rolling over. Shocker. A bear plane on the 5-minute right now. There's your bear plane. You already got my take on my targets down below. And we've got the green line right here. And you got the yellow line right there. And there they go right there. Here's your hourly trigger. Here's your daily trigger right there. And I gave you 3 things I said, or 4 things I said. Close the gap. Retest previous low. And what I'm looking at in the background and velocity, it doesn't say buy the dip. Even on previous low and the gap close, it's saying, just give it a minute. So can this dip be bought here? Sure. Do I want to buy this dip here? Fuck no. Because that's real money, right? I want high probability. Take my wife out. Take my girlfriend out. Take my girlfriend's girlfriend out. Take my boyfriend out. Take my, I don't know. Take out take out the housekeeper. Take out the dogs. I want to take people out on dates. I want to spend some money. Now, I've got this posit, right? I've got this plan. And I'm like, here's my plan. This is what I'm looking for. And let's say CaptainJimJames is wrong. CaptainJimJames is wrong. That dip's going to be bought. He's wrong. Well, I wait. Sit on my hands, stick my thumb up my butt, and I wait for proof. So if price reverses, I'm still not in a long position. I'm waiting for price to show me the way. This is what's called being a price action trader. So if this reverses, and if this goes up, well, wait a minute there. Whoa. This goes behind. There's a bunch of consolidation in here. Goes up, bounces off, and confirms the move higher. No problem. I'll take a long there. I'll take a long if that happens. You get what I'm saying? So I got my plan for today. And I'm like, yeah, so we haven't proven we're going higher. We haven't gotten rid of the bear plane. There's the bear plane right there. The velocity is telling me to wait. And I got a couple targets down below. I got the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. And I also know that the daily trigger has failed previously. They've taken a couple shots at it. So let's say we go down here and velocity is not on my side at that point. Let's say velocity is not on my side. So I'm looking at velocity. I'm like, nope, still up. Velocity's still topping right now. I'm actually going to likely know that the hourly and the daily are likely to break.
The US wholesale inventories month over month revised. Forecast 0.1% on a prior of 0.1%. US wholesale sales month over month. Forecast 0.4% on a prior of 0.4%.
That's way down here.
Comments from ECB's Lane.
402.69.
So ECB's Lane giving a key keynote speech at the Forum New Economy Conference in Berlin.
Let me show you that one. Let me show you that one. So let me ask you if you're a bull. Are you ready for that one to happen? I mean, let me know in the chat. Like, let's say we get this. This is a big old bear plane here. Opening on a Monday. You tell me if that happened to you today. Be wiped out, wouldn't you? You be all bulled up today? You all getting bulled up in here? And what ends up happening is you blast through, right? Squeeze up higher, blast through down here. And then you have this mad race down here to the what the fuck WT weekly trigger. And you erase all this nonsense in here. And your butt's hurt. There's one last piece for us to look at here, too. We're going to go back to this hourly right here. This is the hourly. So this morning I said, hey, there's a big old bull plane on the SPY. This is the hourly chart right now. And lo and behold, where does the hourly trigger line up with? It lines up with this big bull plane. And I'll be honest with you, a 5-minute bear plane ain't got shit on an hourly bull plane, believe it or not. It does, but not really. Trend is your friend. And so far, trend right now is saying, buy the dip on the hourly trigger. So right in here, buy the dip. We're going higher. So we're going to pay attention down here to this pivot point, this hourly trigger. This is going to be the key for trend going higher. I'll tell you what, we break that shit. Forget the daily trigger. We're reversing course and heading lower. Sorry. I got iced coffee being made. Summertime. And I got a little bit of whiskey in it. No, I don't. But eventually there's going to be some whiskey in it. Probably some Bailey's and whiskey. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. So, you know, just right now, if you're a bull on a Monday, what are you doing? They're waiting for some confirmation, brother. Sister. Them, whatever you are. We're waiting for some confirmation. I bet you the bears are in here getting all bared up, too. They're just, like, on fire right now. I always love shit-talking the bears. Bears are, I bet you bears, right? I haven't even read the chat yet. I bet the chat's just like, it's like,
Remaining, I'll leave you the inventories month-over-month revised.
I haven't even checked the chat. I'm not even going to read it. I'm going to read it. Hold on. I'll read the chat. Just give me like 2 minutes. I got to catch up here in the background. I got to take a peek at the VIX. Oh, look at the VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX real quick. VIX trading above its 1 and 5 minute. VIX coming into a 4-trigger cluster. I want to show you guys something here.
10 seconds.
So VIX. Oh, baby, the VIX. Oh, yeah, VIX. VIX, so see this? See what this looks like right here? This is everything I want to see on the SPY for the SPY to go higher.
0.1% US wholesale sales month over month, minus 2.1%, minus 2.1%, lower than the forecast of 0.4%.
All that right there is what I want to see on SPY. I'm not seeing it on SPY. And not only that, what do I see on the fucking VIX? See the goddamn VIX coming into the hourly and the daily trigger. Like it wants to explode. Like it wants to explode. Now if the hourly and the daily can send it to the depths of hell, rock and roll. Got a good report that just came in right now. We're going to see how this plays out right here. We talked about what are we looking for in the market. What are we looking for? High confidence, high probability trades. Always. Make money. Not wing it, not take a guess. I don't know why that's way up there either. This should be right here.
Reports for March 2023. It's revised. It's on the feed for those interested, as well as the video to ECB's lane.
So we'll keep an eye on this. See how this plays itself out. We already talked about what the reversal looks like to go higher. We talked about the importance of holding this area right here for a move higher. A bounce on hourly trend to go higher. Talked about what it looks like when it reverses. I see your chat just now. Now I'm looking at the chat. I see it. Full bear mode. Hey, David. I haven't had a chance to call you, brother. I was going to call you this morning. I'm going to take a break from the show and call you before you go to bed. Next, 15 minutes, I'm going to take a break and call you. I haven't had a chance. I've been working all weekend with Winky in the background. Winky and I were tinkering all weekend. We were doing internet porn with each other. So Winky and I are meeting over the weekend, and he's like, this sucks. I'm like, yeah, it totally sucks. Instead of us outside enjoying our lives, we're showing each other feet pics and stuff. Yes, the bears are bared up, aren't they? Yeah, same here, David. Same here, David. I am exactly with you, brother. Waiting for the flush lower, waiting for the like if you're a trader, you're waiting for one thing. You're waiting for the move lower like this. The red line comes over and price rejects here. There's price right there. Or you're waiting for a resolution for this line to come up and this line to go over, consolidate in a break higher. You take the trade here, or you take the trade on the rejection lower. This is no man's land in here. No man's land. I agree 100%, David. 100%, brother. Yeah, I heard that London was closed because someone drew a penis on the lawn or something. Okay, hold on. Whoa, here we go. We're going to take a look at a couple tickers this morning. So number one, let's go around. I mean, so my posit this weekend was it's possible we can go higher. And the main drivers of the stock market, maybe they don't overachieve, but we look towards KRE or maybe Tesla, GME, beta stocks, right? Tesla's been trading like a beta stock. Netflix trading like a beta stock. Maybe there's some parts of tech, because cyclically, like seasonally, there is a moment of May where we get a kick. We get like a second bull run in May. So this is like money flows coming into the market that are like, yeah, I want to snort some cocaine on tech. I guess it's the strongest months of the year. This isn't September and October. And there is, like, cyclically, if you look at seasonality charts, there's a small window in May where money flow comes into tech again. Believe it or not, no shocker. Everyone's like, do this, do that, but in reality, it's tech. So we're going to take a look at a few tickers this morning. We're going to take a look at Disney. That's number one. We got some Diz stuff coming up, right? Oh, yeah. Diz just slapped 103.82 yesterday. Winky and I were talking about Disney. Nice, Disney. Disney was slapping. It's one of its triggers, right? I think 104 was its high trigger. So we're gonna take a look at Disney. I think we said yesterday that Disney. Hold on here. That right. T4 1 minute. Oh, dude. Disney with an explosive move higher. Hello, Disney. Let's take a look at Disney. Disney, first one we're going to look at this morning. Scheduled for May 10th. Disney, 30-minute chart. Explosive move higher, right?
There's nothing final yet, but he's hearing that Biden's meeting with congressional leaders will be around 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So again, just from a Politico reporter via Twitter.
Disney, beautiful ticker right here. What was important about Disney? You've got price above the 1 and 5 minute. You have the 3 trigger cluster here. You have the 4 trigger cluster right there. You have the 5 trigger cluster right here. Emotional, weekly. The orange line is very emotional, very powerful, and all of these, this cluster of all these triggers usually translates into strong moves.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I'm interested right now on, where is my, hold on a second here. Need this thing up here. I'm interested in this right here. I mean, like, I would love to see a pullback right here. 101, 150. Actually higher than that. Something like weekly, daily, and hourly. Yeah, somewhere in here. This, you want to be watching this hourly trigger right here. You want to watch this kind of roll over. This kind of come down here. And price consolidate around $1.50, $2. Somewhere in here, erase most of the move. So keep your eyes on Disney today. Keep your eyes on Disney. $181. But mostly right around this 101.70, 101.44. Keep your eyes on Disney today. Maybe it erases some of that move. $101.78. Somewhere in here, right there, I'm looking for. It's a 5-minute chart. I mean, shoot, in reality, you're looking for that right there, just for a rebuy. You're just looking for a confirmation, a kiss, and then we're continuing higher on Disney. I expect Disney to trend for like 2 or 3 days. Confirmation for the move lower. I want to show you this. If we're on SPY right now, I want to show you guys something. So the move is lower right now. So we had the initial roll. Rejection above, sell side above. Target 411.69. 411 and some change, like 10 cents. Watching the bear cross fulfill its destiny here. On the SPY. I'll bring up the 6 EMA here as well so you guys can have it. There it is right there. There's your 6 EMA. 113.27 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Blood, baby. We're going to look at GME today. We're going to look at Tesla. We're going to look at GME, Tesla. What else? I believe there's one other ticker. KRE. Check out KRE today. Ooh, that iced coffee is good. KRE. What else are we going to look at? GME. KRE, GME, and something else. Tesla. Three more tickers to do. Ooh, dude, that iced coffee is good. Man, that iced coffee is good. Oh, dude, it's so soothing on my throat. I talk so much on these streams that my throat, it gets so sore. And then, of course, I get taken out to the woodshed by the bears. That doesn't help. Yeah, you were dead yesterday, Winky? It's brutal, man. And we talked, too. It was like back and forth conversation. I think we did 4 hours yesterday. Winky was like, I forgot about this stuff. And I was like, yeah, dude. I was like 6, 7, 8 hours in a day. And then you're doing all your research and the production and then all this other stuff. And it's gnarly, dude. Gnarly. All right, let's see what you guys are saying in the chats. Yeah, London was closed. Fubu got some huge price targets this morning. Tesla 5-minute bull kiss coming. Yeah, David's saying he likes the range of 20 points he made. We're going to get David, hopefully we're going to get David tied in with John Haggerty and the boys and Futures in the Futures channel in Discord. We're going to see if we can, I'm going to get on my hands and knees and beg and plead David to take some kind of a role with us here as well, because guy's amazing, like professional trader. I don't know if he's a professional trader. If you guys don't know it already, the guy's a gangster. So traded with him, made a lot of money sitting next to him in the past. Oh, we got to talk about the 300 cap tweet. Yes, we do. We have to talk about the 300 tweet. That's a very important thing for us to go over today. So we will go over the 300 tweet. today. Oh, man, that tastes so good. We definitely have to go over the 300 tweet today. Yeah, man, it's hard. I was thinking about it Friday. So we're talking about doing segments on this show. So let me know in the chat what you guys think about this. So what I was thinking was we'd do segments where, like, in the morning I get, like, here, this is what to expect on the opening bell. So, like, what I just did, right? Like, look at this, look at that, look at this. This is the market. This is the open. This is what you should expect. And then we'll, like, every morning at, like, let's say 10 a.m. we do something different. 11 o'clock. So if you're like a Tesla bull or a GME bull or an Apple bull or you're trading earnings or if there's like something important going on that week, we'll make like specific time frames. So if you're like, I fucking hate CaptainJimJames, but I love trading Tesla. You could be like, yeah, or I can't make the entire stream, so I'm going to try to show up at like 11:30 or 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Like at 3 o'clock, we do this specific thing. I don't know if that can work. Or maybe we do like segments with like, hey, we're going to invite Binky on every Tuesday at 1 or Winky every Wednesday at 69. Or we're going to invite Joe Harper on every Thursday. We're going to have Quinn show up with a crypto update on Fridays or something. Something like that. So maybe we do segments because it's a lot of work. Now trading 411, 81. Oh, yeah, down to that pivot, baby. Get on down there. Let me make sure I get the pivot right, the exact. Make sure I got my pivot. Let me make sure I got my levels correct. So I was throwing them up there this morning, and they weren't exact. They look pretty close, right? Looking on the book map there.
It's looking now to the fear and greed index. Currently sitting at 61 out of 100. That indicates greed. The crypto fear and greed index.
Yeah, greed.
Again, also indicating greed.
Greed. Greedy bulls. 411, 66, not 69. Down here a little bit more. A little bit more. Now have a bear cross on the 5-minute, 27 and 113 EMA. And now a bear cross on the 6 EMA. Did Disney go back? Oh, yeah, there it goes. Oh, no, wait a minute. I missed Disney. Hold on. Disney's holding up quite well. It looks good still. Even with like with the selling in the market right now, Disney's looking pretty good right now to me. Not too shabby. There's likely more blood to come here. VIX is still trading above its 1 and 5 minute trigger. It's selling on its hour or on its hourly right now, but see how this plays out. This dip is Bible. We check on, you guys are trading ES too. You guys want to look at ES real quick? You guys want some targets on ES? Ooh, dude, you know, it's kind of getting bottomy here, man, on ES. So just on ES, I'm going to show you ES really quick. Just keep your eyes on ES right here, looking for a double bottom on the hourly trigger. On ES, a couple targets for you right here. 41, 41.50. And then below that, 41, 22.25. Below that, way down here, 40.55.50. 40.55.50. 41.2250. And then right where we are right now. I'll tell you what, though, as long as price stays below the white and the red line, it's still in bears court right now. Bears still own this. Until price gets above 41.52, bears are in charge right now. Sell side in charge. $411.04 is the price target on SPY right now. 411.06, 411.04. I mean, you'll likely get a tag down here and then, something like this right here. But the PT is definitely down here for right now. Ooh, that's good. Let's see if I can get on some puts here. I'm blabbing all morning long, and I didn't get a chance to buy some puts. Trying to give you guys your setup for the week. And we're going to talk about some other things, too. We're going to talk about the month. We're going to talk about some things to talk about for us today. Is we're going to talk about the debt ceiling limit debt ceiling debt limit. Front running of that previous history. Some previous examples for us to go on would be selling July for like a debt ceiling limit date in August. Like, does that get front run? It's the only vol that we have. You had old Yellen creating volatility. It was funny. I was, I won't entertain a conversation about the debt ceiling not passing. Like, I'm not even willing to discuss it. I'm not going to discuss it. Not with a rational person. But creating that volatility is a real discussion. And she's, it's funny because Jerome Powell in his rate hike decision was like, I'm not answering those questions. And I'm like, I'm the same with you, brother. But then you've got Yellen out there, and she's a fucking clown. Like, she's a fucking clown. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if she's being directed by the Fed to some extent as the tool to talk the market down. Because let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. We're in a pause. We know we're in a pause. Do I think we're going to get more rate hikes? Yes. But we're in a pause. He said this is not a pause. So Jerome said this is not a pause, and then backtracked that entire statement in his presser. The statement itself removed future rate hikes. The wording changed. So like 3/4 of if this is a pause goes to it's a pause. The market could explode higher. The only thing they have that they can use for volatility is squeezing Goose and Yellen to go out there and scream bloody murder about the debt ceiling not passing, which we all know is utter fucking bullshit. But we need to trade to that vol that's created. We know that June the 1st, beginning of June, in the air quotes, beginning of June is when the debt ceiling will get passed. But the front running of that could come a month early. Today is May 8th. So we're close to previous examples in history where we begin to sell the market off in anticipation of the debt ceiling not passing. Even if it's bullshit, doesn't matter. It'll be used as an excuse to sell into new money flow coming into the market on perceived bullishness of a rate pause. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear anything about the debt ceiling being real. We've already had that discussion. That's like saying we're going to do something that involves like we're preparing for aliens. we're going to make decisions about the U.S. being the leader of the free world. We'll go to war over lesser than that. If anyone voted for that stuff, like it's not even a conversation. If anything, it's just manufactured volatility. Manufactured volatility. As a matter of fact, I guarantee that regardless of how it resolves itself, that once it does resolve itself in June, everything will be fine again. The stock market will go back up. I guarantee we don't talk about any of the austerity in June. Like second, third week of June, guaranteed. It's like this news story is just gone. It's what is it, like a useful thing for today? It's like a useful thing for next week. It's a useful thing, like, you know, into maybe possibly the first week of June. And then all those useful, like, important facts that are being, you know, spun to you in the news, they're just going to be swept under the carpet. We have to find more vol for September and October. A new reason. Because you'll hear like well, what about, and you'll be like, oh, it doesn't matter. We have a Fed rate hike meeting coming up. That's our next vol. That's the next one that's going to be, you know, like the most horrible thing, the next crisis. Yeah, we do. We've got CPI coming out on Wednesday. I saw that. Is everyone waiting for that? No. I don't think anyone's waiting for anything. I think if you just look on if you look at a velocity chart, it's just we're topping the market right now. Just normal buy and sell. Normal buy sell stuff. I don't think it's anything. I think if we're on a low, we'll squeeze on the CPI report. I think if we're on a high, we'll sell on the CPI report. That's what I think. Generally. Trading into the pivot right now, trying to touch 411.67. See if we can get on down there. No, it's like, you know, like in my view, it's like all the news is manufactured. It's like it's just manufactured news. You know, like you ever notice traders out there and investors? Sometimes they'll be like, "Fine, so good news is bad news today, and bad news is good news today, and now good news is good news, and now bad news is bad news. What does this news mean?" Sometimes you will get a reaction that's unexpected, or unexpected news. So, you know, if we're generally going up and you get some really bad news unexpected, we'll blast down, but it'll come right back and we'll continue on. If we're headed down and you get some unexpectedly good news, whoop, but then we go back down, revert to the mean of going back down, right? If we're going down and we get some unexpectedly bad news, I mean truly unexpectedly bad news, we'll blast down. But then we end up consolidating sideways, right? We still revert back to trend. That's where you find a lot of frustration out there from people. Looking for that cross right here. I'm gonna see if I can get some puts here. Hoping we can get a squeeze right now, like right there. Get a rejection off of 412.38. One big nice bar right there. Just like that. Right there. Oh, yeah, there's that squeeze, baby. Get that squeeze up there. Ooh. Get that squeeze. Oh, yeah, squeeze it. Oh. Feels like risk off Tuesday. I think there's a probability. Well, I'm hoping that we can get down low enough that there's a nice turnaround Tuesday. Not risk off Tuesday. There might be a risk off. So there's like two things with like the debt ceiling. There's like so ready. There's two key points I want you to remember on debt ceiling. Will there be a risk off moment? Probably. Will it be like it's like I was talking about or yesterday I was thinking hold on, I don't know. Let's scratch all that out.
ECB's Lane says there is still a lot of momentum in inflation.
Is there risk off potential for debt ceiling? Yes. Two key points. Price matters. What risk off means. Like how deep, like where are we in the market? On Friday we were at what, 417 or something? I'm gonna say 413.72. So like price matters. Like is risk off 400 points? Where does that put us at? 378, 380? That's a gorgeous dip, right? It's not 360. It's not 350 or 3,500, 3,600. It's not 3,200. It's not 2,800. It's like price matters on what risk off means. I'm not anti us having that risk off moment. I made a post this morning where I said it's almost time to put on some ratio spread hedges.
So ECB's Lane clarifying still momentum in food and core inflation.
Oh, yeah, baby, blood. Bring me the blood. We're not done going down here, are we? So like ratio spreads, if the market were to, let's say, I want to talk to you guys about this too. This is the continuing on the debt ceiling discussion. The debt ceiling. If you're a bear and you're like, I'm going full fucking port puts for the debt ceiling crash. Now, if the debt ceiling was resolved tomorrow, you know we're going to go to 4,300, right? Like immediately. We're going to blast the fuck off. We're going to blast to 430. So if you're making a money trade with real money and you're putting your chips in on that trade, I think that that's illogical. I think that If you ran that trade 10 times, you're probably going to blow yourself up 3 or 4 or 5 times. So, and of course, you'll be the person on FinTwit that goes, like, the fraud goes on, and I'm getting a job, or I'm done with this market, any of that kind of stuff. So, if you're going to trade that trade, a ratio spread will answer both those questions for you. If the problem is solved and the market rips to fucking 430, your trade will pay for itself. And if you manage it right, will pay you maybe a 10% win. 10% win's not bad. You own a stock and you make 10%, that's a good fucking day. Right? Not trading options, just like own a stock. If we do get the liquidation moment and due to the debt ceiling volatility, you're going to print 300, 400, 500%. So, like, you can trade this stuff here. You can be like, yeah, I'm buying some fucking 0-date puts. I'm trading this down bloodbath and this with puts. I'm selling ES right now. You can do all that. This is all fine. I respect all this. But if you're going to put on like hey, I'm putting a trade on that debt ceiling, you probably want to have a trade that's fucking free. We're kind of high right now, right? So where are we at right now? 411, 412. I mean, if you I guarantee, well, not guarantee, I have to look through the I haven't done the mechanics of it yet, but if you do the mechanics right here, I bet so like we're at 412, right? You do the mechanics so that if we go to 430, you're going to print, and if we go down to 380, you're going to print fat. Or you're going to at least get a free trade. And all you have to do is the moment that we either start going to 430 or the moment we start going down to 380, you just pull the other side of that trade off and let it run. And it's going to print either way. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're a newer trader, newer investor, any of that kind of stuff, if you're long the stock market, this shouldn't even be a question for you. If you're like, I own the stock market, I own this stock and that stock, you should already know what I'm talking about. If you're a bear, you probably want to take that trade. It's probably the best trade because there is volatility to the upside for you. There's some right or some risk that we're going to go up, some tail risk to that trade. It could be resolved. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I posted a video on FinTwit from the Options Industry Council, optionsindustrycouncil.org. If you guys out there pay for classes, like you pay somebody, like I'm not going to name names, but if you're like, oh yeah, I signed up for this class series from this furu out there, you can go right to optionsindustrycouncil.org, and you'll probably get the best education you could possibly get. The most in-depth, comprehensive retail trader education is free, provided by the Options Industry Council, which is funded by the CME. Almost a perfect tag just then on the pivot. Squeezing higher now. So you could go there. The post I made makes it very clear how to execute the trade. And if you don't understand then, if you watch that video that I posted and you still don't understand it, I recommend that you go inside the Discord and find someone like David AMS or find someone like John Haggerty or your wife's boyfriend, and they will explain the trade to you. You can go to an options profit calculator, which we're going to have soon, and you can run that trade at different strikes so that you can see what the payout is. And you're trying to break even at 430 or 10% win at 430 and print like 300 to 500% down to like 380. Ooh. This is the lost decade. You're watching eBay right now, David? Let me take a look at eBay. Thanks for the shout out, Dave. I'll look at eBay right now. So tag on pivot, pin strike on the pivot. Ooh, eBay. Ooh. eBay doing the same thing that Disney was doing. So we're going to bring up eBay really quick. Good eyes, David. eBay right now. Really nice. eBay, same thing as Disney. So this is actually a good one to look at. So you see this squeeze here, right? Watch my cursor over here. This is like, you can see the squeeze over here, right? 6 trigger combination, comes back and kisses the hourly, goes higher. That's the expectation on Disney, right? This trade right here is the exact same trade on Disney. Squeeze higher in the 6 trigger cluster, kiss to confirm that the move is higher, and boom, and another explosive move higher. Every time it comes back down, tests the weekly, very emotional, daily, same trigger combination here, moving higher again up here. Very bullish in here. 30-minute chart. Yeah, it's got some more room to run up here. Right in here, it's got more room. It's close. eBay looking for a retest in the high at 46.65. It might take some consolidation, but your ultimate goal is to trade to 49.49. Trade is alive from 45.41 to 46.72. Stops underneath 44.44. So you put your stops down here. Your stops are below 44.44. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trigger cluster on eBay right now. For a move consolidation and move higher to 49.50 to monthly trigger. Good shout out on eBay. Ooh, I bet you who's impressed with that? Like, Winky is our stock picker. So Winky's probably like, ooh, I like it. Winky loves seeing stock picks in stream. Yeah, Winky's saying he's already been buying eBay. We've got who said that? Who is that said that? Cowboy up 99 saying Netflix, chill daddy chill. Chill daddy chill. What movie does that come from? Dude, look at Netflix. Woo! Netflix just cranking off of the opening bell. Woohoo! Chill, daddy, chill. No, I don't want that. GME with a dip buy. Netflix going berserk. KRE retesting its lows right now. Yeah, I think we I didn't see the I didn't look at the range on I'll look at it right now. I didn't look at it this morning, Wink. I'm going to look at it right now, brother. Hold on. Looking right now, man. Netflix range 316.48 to get your pens and papers out there. Netflix range 316.48 to 329.04. $329.04. And I've got Netflix on. I've got Netflix go. You ready for this? This is insane. I have Netflix going to like 358.40. 358.40. Another guy's got it going to 329. So 329, and I've got 358.40. So his price target is already hit, Winky. So just a heads up. Let's go. We're gonna chart out Netflix really quick here. NFLX. Okay, ready?
So China's top diplomat, Wang Yi, tells the UK that Taiwan is part of China.
So just a warning that we have a price target of 329.04.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So this was the price target right here. So there's your price target. It was achieved. Just a second here. 326.71. This is my price target right here. So this one right here is my price target right there. So stops right there. Easier stops. Price target 1. 287.
So in 10 minutes' time now, we do get the New York Fed inflation expectations. As well, we are expecting comments from Fed Goolsby.
$359.21. Wow. Ultimately, price target right here. That's ultimately where we want to go right there. 359.21. A second here. All that's been taken out. All these previous highs are taken out now. There's your next target right there. And there's your next target right there. Next target right there. Right there. These stops will be, you'll bring these stops up at each level. Netflix. Big old dip eye right now on the SPY, on the hourly. So just be aware here. We are reversing course on the SPY. Bears need to hold on. Right here. Bears need to hold this. If they can't, we're going to explode higher.
In the bet against Fed cuts this year, US interest rate strategists at Goldman Sachs joined those at Barclays in advising customers to position for erosion of confidence that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates substantially this year. So swap contracts that reference Fed meeting dates continue to be priced for a policy rate at about
This is a SPY right now.
lower than the current one-year end. Goldman Sachs strategists led by Goldman strategists led by Praveen Korbati.
Price target above 413.40 on the SPY. Sell side has to hold on here. Let's see if they can do it or not. The VIX rejected off the hourly trigger. Targets below in the VIX include 1744, 1723, and 1668.
So in 5 minutes' time now, we do get the New York Fed inflation expectations as well. We do expect comments from Fed Goolsby.
I said 1718 or something. It's actually 1728, 1670. Let's look for some supply to the upside, see if we find any. couple little pockets up there. There we go, right there. Right up there where my finger is. Some right there, too. $414, $413.40. I've got the 1 minute chart on right now instead of the 5 minute on the SPY. I'm trying to find out. So I'm trying to watch here. So I want you to know that right now, right? Sell side is right here. This is where the what do you call it, bros are. So sell side is sitting right here. Let me just double check that. Yeah, sell side's right here. Price is above the 5 minute. This is a fight right here that's taking place. So this 27 EMA on the 5 minute is a battle right now between sell side and demand, right? As long as price stays above 412.47, the move is up. The target is 413.31. You are long on a confirmation bounce on the 27 EMA when we're above it, and you're short when we're below the white line. Can the bears hold on? Can sell side hold on? That's what everybody wants to know. This right here is the previous. So whenever I write H line,
inflation expectations as well as
H line is the Jason Hendricks line, is a friend of the program. He always talks about pivot points, right? Previous highs, previous lows in cash market, or excuse me, in pre-markets, in the overnight hours, and then also previous highs and lows from previous sessions. So if you're new to the program, if you're a new trader, you're like, what's an H line? It's not a real line. We just made that shit up. Or we made up the label of it. But these are all previous highs, previous lows. And then when you see pivots, like the pivot here, this is intraday. This is intraday GEX basically, or intraday negative, positive, gamma. So if we're trading below the pivot, we're on sell side. If we're trading above pivot, we're attacking R1, R2, R3.
the New York Fed says that credit access precipitations were mixed in April, and the April 3-year ahead expected inflation at 2.9% versus March's 2.8%. The April 1-year ahead expected inflation at 4.4% versus March's 4.7%. April 5-year ahead expected inflation at 2.6% versus March's 2.5%. April expected home price gain jumps to 2.5%, the highest since July 2022. Expected household spending falls to 5.2% in April, the weakest since September 2021, and the April 1-year ahead expected earnings growth unchanged at 3%. And the New York Fed says the 3-year inflation expectations rise to 2.9% versus 2.8%.
I'm long right now, by the way. I think I'm long.
This stream is sponsored
I
by
had to reset my broker to see if I'm long.
order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at techstrike.com.
I'm hoping that the hedge comes off the market on that news right now. Thanks, G-Dad Gold. G-Dad Gold saying spy bull plane on the hourly. Yeah, there's a big test going on right now, isn't there? We're going to find out if sell side can reverse this to the downside. I got some tight stops on. I got a limit sell on my calls here in case it reverses. See if we can squeeze out these sellers. I'm in 413 C's right now. You better be. I want you to know though, it's dangerous here. You're looking if you're gonna take this trade, what you're looking for is some kind of a. You shouldn't follow me on this trade. You're gonna be looking for a retest here and then enter the trade if possible. This is the safer of the trades. You want to just make sure that the retest is real because I want you to know right now there are sellers here. And they want nothing less than to liquidate, have a liquidation break and send this thing lower.
So we have put out the reports of the New York Fed inflation expectations May 2023 on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, I got you, cheaper. So you're good. Just keeping track of the number. I never know when to get 413s, etc. So, Cheaper, what you'd want to see here. So, on a 5-minute chart, right, Cheap? What you want to see right here, like you want to take a trade in confidence. You want to see your best trade is the white line over the red line. Hold on a second. Your best trade is always going to be the white line over the white line and price above the white line. And to be honest with you, not only do you want to see price above it, but you want to see like a successful retest. The moment that you see that successful retest, you know, you snap yourself a couple lines and try to grab one of the bottoms. Does that make sense? So like you'd have the retest and then just do like a trend line up on the top and bottom of the first pullback and try to jump in as it goes up. Because in truthfulness, this can still reverse here. We're waiting on a retest right here. I'll show it to you. See if we can get closer here so I can show you the retest. So right here. This is a 6 EMA right here. And these sellers are going to attempt to flush this. So like your stops need to be in here somewhere.
Fed Goolsby says I'm getting the vibes that a credit squeeze is beginning.
Because sell side knows what happens here, right? If they have an unsuccessful break of 412.38 that we're going to squeeze. They're going to take the opposite side of the trade. We're going to run this up. But it's very dangerous in here. Like, this is like Chopville. This is where like you're like the algorithms know you're in long here, and so they'll try to cut you out of the trade, try to trigger your stop you out. So like I got my finger over here on the sell. Well, I did have my finger on the sell side on the sell button, but now trading 57 cents. And the reason why I didn't get a 30 delta call is because if sometimes dealers won't price. So let's say I got a 414, which is right here, right? Dealers might already know. Dealers might be like, yeah, we'll go up here, but I'm not going to price in 414. And so what they will do is that sometimes they won't actually print anything for you. Won't print like 50%, 100%. I'm trying to like capture. Even if this reverses here, I'm just going to try to close these out once we get up there. What I'd really like to see is something like this. I'd really like to see
prices without a hard landing.
if we're going to get bullish, something like this, or a failure somewhere in there, and then this is where the real money is right there. You know? Actually, not even right here. Probably higher than this line right here. Once it breaks above, you take the trade above here. Trading 57 cents right now. Squeezing up there higher. Keep your eyes on the supply above. Even though I'm drawing your yellow boxes and yellow lines, keep your eyes on that yellow box.
I have to say that recession is a possibility.
Trading 60 cents. Gotta squeeze them beers out. Squeeze that sellers. Ooh. 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 Oh. Yeah, so I use the yellow winky on the 1 minute chart to represent the 5 minute chart.
Fed Scoresby says weigh how much Fed work being done by tighter credit.
Sell side rage right now. Sellers are like sell.
Weigh how much
Sell. Sell. 60 cents right now. 61 cents. Ooh. 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 $0.61 right now. Yeah, you can wait. I'll be honest with you. I want to show you guys something like if you guys are like right now, this is an important lesson here. I got an important lesson for you, okay?
Fed Scoresby says it's premature to judge the rate decision for the June FOMC.
An important lesson for you. Most people blow up their accounts. Like, if you're not a very tactful trader, if you don't know like, if you haven't been trading for years, you've been day trading every single day, like good market, bad market, sideways market, dead market, market selling into the ground, like day in, day out, 8 hours a day. If you haven't done that for 5-10 years, at least 5-10 years, there's a better way to trade. So we're going to keep it on the 5-minute chart, but I want to explain this real quick, okay? So this is a 5-minute chart right here. And I'm gonna just get rid of the yellow line here for you. Oh yeah, baby, squeeze it. Oh yeah. But I want to we're gonna look at a 5-minute chart. I'm getting oh yeah, baby, I'm getting bull plane alerts all over the place, Winky. I'm getting massive bull plane alerts right now, multiple time frames. So I just want to show you this right here. This is a 5-minute chart. Like, you don't need all this garbage in here. You just need the cross. You see it? This shit goes on for hours. See what I'm saying? This went on for hours this morning. So, like, you don't need this fucking you don't need to be like, I bought calls right at the moment that it went above the 5-minute.
Credit conditions today.
You get my point? Like, you don't have to be like top collar, bottom collar. You just need some of it. You don't need all of it. Trading 63 cents. I'm getting a whole bunch of bull plate alerts right now. Dude, I'm getting, like, in the background, I got like toot 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 toot, bull 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 bull. But you get what I'm saying? So, like, just a 5-minute chart. So, like, you know, if we come up here and do this bullshit, you know, you have plenty of time to get in that trade. Plenty of time. And I want to talk about something else alongside this. You know, if you look on a 15-minute, same thing, right?
Fed Goolsby says we should be extra attuned to issues in the bond market related to the debt limit.
Price above the white line. On a 15 minutes, becoming more bullish, right? So time frames matter. Like, okay, on a 5-minute, we're about to become bullish. On a 15-minute, we're about to become bullish. On an hour, let's check that next. On an hour, we're staying bullish. On a daily, we're staying bullish. On a 1-minute, here's the check right now. Look at it. This is the check. So we're bullish on the daily, the hourly, the 15-minute, the 5-minute. And now look what's happening, everyone. Liquidation break right here.
To the tick. Get free daily pivot points.
This is sell side.
Profile levels by signing up at
This is their last chance. This is a kiss play. Blast off, come back and check to make sure that the move is higher. So I got all these alerts in the background right now. They're going off like crazy, and they're like, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. They're like, hey, we're getting really bullish here. Now, they're not saying go bullish. They're just saying, hey, we're getting really bullish here. So you're waiting for this last confirmation here. This is a 1-minute chart. You're seeing a liquidation break right now. And this 1-minute chart is telling you this is all we need. If this goes up here, if this holds.
So Fed bids for 6-month bills total $5.5 billion and Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.5 billion.
We have more confirmation of a move higher, right? I can then go to you and be like, hey, look, we're bullish on the 1-minute, the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the hourly, and the daily. The move is higher. So you can see right now, this is the last vestige of sellers trying to get in here and not allow that to happen on the 1-minute chart. Doing everything they possibly can here to roll this market lower. Because if we do break above, if we confirm the move is higher here, if this holds, we're going to rip some faces off. So all eyes right now on does this hold or not. And a bear wants nothing more. This is their last vestige. If the move is confirmed higher, you can make a thesis and say, hey, we held the 1 minute, we held the 5 minute, we held the hour, we held the 15 minute. You know, that's pretty fucking bullish. So we're gonna find out right now if this recheck holds or not. If it doesn't hold, there's no bueno. We're going down to the depths of hell. That beeping in the background, you can hear the beeping? I didn't know if you guys could hear the beeping. I've got all these alerts set up. This weekend I was working with Winky and I was like, I'm going to set up a bunch of this shit. So like we're working on some tools and I got these alerts that are like, we're bullish on a daily time frame. We're bullish on an hourly time frame, 4-hour time frame, 1 hour time frame, 15-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame, 1 minute time frame. We're bearish on a 1 minute time frame, but not a 5, 10, 15. So like it's like a you guys are gonna get access to this. It's like a grid. And this grid tells you like bear or bull. Like bear, we got like bull here. We got like bull here. And we got bull here. We got bear, 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 and bear. So if let's say these alerts, they all go, hey man, we're kind of bullish here. You have a high probability, like you got like a 60% probability of printing. Or it's gonna say we're uber bearish. Full port puts for multiple days or multiple weeks. We got some alerts that are like, I got some alerts to show you guys that are like, expect bloodbath for the next fucking 6 weeks, next 3 months. Like market crash shit. So I'm getting some alerts right now in the background. If you can hear a little beeping in the background, it's telling me that we're bullish, beginning to become bullish. To look out above, not below. It's not confirmed yet. But it will confirm if price gets above here. If price holds here, it'll be uber bullish. Yeah, Winky and I were working on alerts yesterday. So Winky and I spent like Winky and I were like together. I'm like, we have to like. Well, first on Saturday, I was like, are you good at math? Because this guy's very smart, like hella intelligent. I'm not gonna say exactly what he does and how intelligent he is, but I'm like, if you and I like wrote down some mathematical equations, could you write those equations out and solve them? And he's like, fuck yeah. And I'm like, oh, dude, I love you.
So in 10 minutes time now, we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. So the US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 44 and a prior high yield of 5.12%. As well, US selling $48 billion of 6-month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 60 and a prior high yield of 4.9%.
What did I say, Winky? I said AMD ain't done, didn't I? Said AMD's not done. I said that shit'll take multiple days. It's not one and done. Oh, I got another alert. Oh, yeah. Consolidation right now on the SPY. Bears trying to hold on. Bears need Yellen to come out and scream. Oh, you do know the guy at math? The guy that runs the math department of USU? Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, some of that stuff we're right, and I know, or I not know, but I'm like, yeah, I think some of that stuff is gonna need. We're gonna need a math intern or have to go to somebody in a math department. Figure out consolidation right now. Sellers trying to sell into the bulls. GME ripping faces off today. Netflix consolidated, now trading higher. Tesla on a bull cross right now, deciding if it's going to go up or not. KRE still bloodbathing it right now. Disney consolidating and making another leg higher right now. Zion Bank in free fall. Bill doesn't know what it wants to do. Dash making another mad dash for it. Bank of America looking weak. Be careful here, folks. INTC looking kind of bullish here. Weakness in Amazon. Rocket Lab almost closed its gap on high. XLF looking kind of weak here. They're a main driver of the SPX. Be careful of XLI is rolling over too right now. Meta. Super bullish right now. Really, the rotation, baby. You guys see the rotation going on in the market right now? A lot of rotation going on in the market today. Whole bunch of rotation. Dude, look at TLT. I mean, this is some weird shit. Like, TLT looks like it wants to crash, which will be good for SPY. But SDAO is looking bullish. Have a lot of rotation going on right now. UNG, super bullish today. Natural gas, natty gas, very bullish. McDonald's looks like it wants to go to the depths of hell. Lowe's looking bearish. Nike bearish. Home Depot selling off. Lowe's has not followed suit yet, has it? Somewhat, but not fully. ORLY just crushing it. ORLY, called that one out a long time ago. Just keeps blasting. A lot of rotation today on a Monday. Looks like basket stock day. If I had to call it, looks like, hey, I've got highly shorted tickers that are like in a basket, and I'm gonna take the shorts off and let them run.
This time now we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. The US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills with a private cover of 2 to 44 and a prior high yield of 5.12%. The US selling $48 billion of 6-month bills with a private cover of 2 to 60 and a prior high yield of 4.9%.
I'm going to list off some tickers for you today. You know, I list off tickers for you guys to look at. I'm going to list off some tickers.
Forex and stock instruments.
So I'm going to give you one. I'm going to revisit a couple, and I'm going to give you some new ones. Get your pens and papers out. Yeah, ALB is up too, right? Arch Materials. So I'm going to get your pen and papers out. Write this down because people are going to ask. Now, these aren't, I'm going to preface this, okay? These are not tickers that you buy haphazardly. You don't just go, yeah, I'm buying it right now. We'll chart them out actually. So I want you to, if you, Binky, if you can clip this at some point as a basis for when I call out tickers. If I do call outs on tickers, you don't just be like, yeah, I'm buying this right now. But we're gonna shout out some tickers for you right now. We already called out Dash, right? Beautiful shout out on Dash, right? Gorgeous shout out on Dash. This is a daily chart on Dash. We're going to just revisit it one more time. Trend is your friend. I hate catching knives. I do. I can't stand it. When I call these tickers out to you, they're companies that have IPO'd in the last 3 years. Their earnings are stellar. They make real products. They're growth companies. They're not promising you something. And they're already being bought. Dash. Boom, right there. Set alerts. Until the upward trend is broken, it's buy the dip. High volume coming into these stocks. Huge bull plane on Dash. Huge. Right there. There it is. You see it? It's right there. Huge. If you build a database of 100 of these tickers, 1,000 of these tickers, you call it the CaptainJimJames ETF. When I call these out, I want you to check back in a year and tell me how many of them are printed 1 to 300%. Somebody already does that. I already know how many print. So you don't like buy it right here. You just wait for a dip. Make sense? Okay, that's Dash. Next one, TOST. TOST. I would preface this with saying to you, you must do your own due diligence. You must watch your hold on. You must I can't make a decision for you. I can't tell you, yeah, buy this.
Surely expecting the 3 and 6 month.
You have to feel comfortable owning if it goes the wrong way. You have to put your own stops on these trades. Oh, yeah. Oof. Toast. TOST. Like, do I want to own this company or not? Look at that, dude. That's some juice right there. Man, it's like, yeah, doggy. Oh, buy that one. Oh, buy that one. Oh, buy that one. Buy that one. Buy that one. TOST. OSCR. Oh, we already did this one, didn't we? We already did OSCR. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I won't say anything else. I'll just be quiet. We already did OSCR. OSCR. IONQ. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that's a good one too, isn't it? Juicy. Oh, dips just keep getting bought and all kinds of. Why is all this volume down here? Where's April? Oh, there it is right there. That's what I got. Wrong one. Wrong way. Right there. We'll come back and revisit these. Bull cross on the daily trigger. IONQ. Bull cross right here.
High yield of 5.14%, 5.14%.
High volume buying.
$1 billion of 3-month bills and awards, 37.94% of bids at high.
India, Oscar, November.
83, a high rate of 4.89%. So the US selling $53 billion of 6-month bills and awards 96.4%.
Hubert. Oh, I'll be quiet here. IONQ. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt the squawker guy. Next one. FIP. Y'all are out there trying to catch knives. I don't know why you're trying to catch knives. It's better to know that hedge funds are buying these companies up. If there's real money coming into a ticker, now this one here is a little complicated. This one right here has a bull cross right here. That doesn't mean that you so this is a prime example. Like, you don't want to like take this and hold for this nice measured move higher. But you could possibly take this trade to like $3.30 or so. But if it breaks above and holds and consolidates, there's a second trade in here. If it fails in here, though, you could set an alert to buy down here with stops down here. Make sense? This one's a little bit trickier, but there's like two things going on in here. There's known buyers here. There's some resistance, of course, here, but declining resistance. And even if it fails, it's looking like it wants to explode at some point to new highs. FIP. That's 5 picks for you. Five picks. I'll go through them one more time. We already talked about Dash. DASH. TOST. OSCR. IONQ. FIP. Price now down below. Reversal on the SPY. Bears trying to trap a bull here and roll this down. Winky's saying, careful with FIP and any Fortress investment products as it fucks up your taxes. He says he might be wrong on that, but definitely do due diligence on that.
So according to a statement, Bank of Canada says it's launching its public consultations on a digital dollar.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot
Yeah, it's
points,
FIP.
Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Well, so we have a friend of the program. His name is Jason Hendricks, and he likes to come in, and in the morning he'll come in and say, "These are your pivots." Well, no, not pivot. Well, so every day we come up with. So every morning, right? I post on @CaptainsAlpha. If you request to follow there, it's a private sub on Twitter. If you follow that handle, I will make posts on that handle. And I post the levels every morning. These are pivot points that are a calculation based on support and resistance in the market, okay? So you got S1, S2, S3, R1, R2, R3, and then a pivot for the market to go up and down. Now, we know what those are, right? Now, not only do you need those, we also we also plot a thin dashed yellow line that shows secondary pivot points. And these are previous highs and lows inside of after or pre-market, after hours. If there's some major ones outside of our range in ES in the overnight and futures. We'll also plot these are exact like this is the to the tick previous low from the day before or 3 days before or 5 days before. This is the previous high from a month ago or from a day ago, because sometimes we trade to those ticks. We trade to those ticks, an algorithm will trade to those ticks. They'll to the penny. So we want to be aware of calculated support and resistance and previous highs and lows to the exact tick. So we can look to trade, well, not always trade to them, but we want to be aware of them. It's like a layer, right? I want to know where the triggers are. I want to know where the pivot points are, and I want to know where previous highs and lows are. And I want to keep track of those as a trader. All three. As a trader, I want to keep track of all three of those. If you don't know how to do that, you just keep trading, and over time it'll come right to you. You'll be like, I know where all these lines are, and I know what they all mean. And then every time we hit one of them or blast through one of them, I erase them. Oh, for specifically the H line, if we go through one, I'll erase it. So as a matter of fact, this one is gone, and I was lazy. I should have deleted that one. So that one's already been taken care of. We've already touched the pre-market or after hours low, okay? We already tagged the pivot point. So if we start to sell here, now I'm not going to delete the pivot, but I already know that we've already hit the pre-market low or hit the extended hours pivot. We've already hit the pivot point, and so if we roll here, our next target is going to be the hourly trigger. Make sense? So I'm keeping track of, hey, we hit this line, that line, this line, that line. So why do we call it the H line? Because a very good friend of the program takes time out of his day to give us some targets. Like target this one, that one, this one. So we call it the H line. It's kind of like a proprietary, not proprietary, but just a fun way. We have things like swellers. Like those are big sellers. We got gym bros. Those are young sellers. Like the gym bros are like a young guy or young girl that's just learning how to work out, so that they can sell here, but they're not that strong. And then we know where the strong sellers are. Those are like the old. That's like Jeff Bezos' girlfriend. Like she's been working out for about 5 decades. She's been using gear for about 10 decades. She's probably a big weightlifter. I shouldn't have said that. Copyright him. She can sit on daddy's face. Yeah, she's definitely geared up. She's taking some juice, man, without a doubt. She likes to party. You can tell. She definitely likes to party. Well, he probably likes to party too. Everybody likes to party. I got no, like, there's like a part of it where I'm like, oh yeah, they're trying to sell right now. Sellers, man, they're just like, ooh, yeah. I should start playing bear music here. Oh, yeah.
The Bank of Canada says a digital Canadian dollar isn't needed. The decision to issue a digital Canadian dollar is up to lawmakers.
There's like I want to make a ton of jokes, probably in really bad taste. Of course, I can't make those jokes. Oh yeah. But you know, like, he could have any woman he wants. You know that, right? So he could pull a what's that guy? What's the not Matt Damon. The one guy that's like all of his girlfriends are under the age of 23. The actor. Like, he could have any girl he wants. You know that, right? Like, Bezos could just walk around with like a harem of 18-year-old girls, and he could do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm assuming that my wife, or so, like, sometimes my wife will be like, or not my wife, but I'll be like, I'll ask her, because I'm getting older, and I'm like, as you get older, like, you start hitting your 30s and your 40s and stuff. This isn't for everybody, but for me, like, 30s, 40s, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I don't find a girl that's, like, when I'm in my 20s, I find a young girl cute and all that stuff. But, like, you do your 30s and you're like, man, I don't even find college girls cute anymore. And, you know, they look like kids and stuff. And they act like kids. Like, and I ask people that. I'm like, what are you going to do? Are you going to have sex with her and then take her to the ice cream shop? Like, afterwards? What are you going to do? Take her to a movie? Like, what do you have in common with someone that's that age? You know, when you're in like 30s and 40s and shit, you got nothing in common with these girls. It's like, if you're gonna have a relationship with them, you kind of want to be able to talk to them. So you kind of want to be the near same age and same decade, decade away maybe at most. At least an adult. How about that? Can I get an adult? You know, can I get like an adult conversation? And you know, like, if you're 35. You're 30, you're not going to have an adult conversation with an 18-year-old girl. You have nothing in common with that girl. I'm sorry. Paul, even if she's legal, you don't have anything in common with that girl. It's gross. It's not just gross. Well, it's not gross. I mean, I understand the, that, you know, like, I don't know, that 20-year-old girl's cute, I guess. But let's be honest, like, it's kind of gross. And what are you going to talk to her about? You got nothing to talk to that girl about. So, like, if Bezos with some girl that's older like she is, I understand that. Like, he probably wants to at least have some pillow talk or a rational, like an adult conversation with somebody. I forget what's his name. It has the girlfriends that are like 18 or 24 or something. I couldn't do it. And the other thing too is, for me personally, now this I can understand. some guys are like, I find that young girl hot still. I'm like, I'm 40 years old and I still find a 22-year-old girl hot. I'm like, okay. Personally, me, as I get older, I find older women hot. Like, the older you get as a woman, I think you're smoking. Like, I'm like, she's hot. I don't know why. I don't know if it's me. I don't know what it is, but like a woman that's older, as I've gotten older, I've found older women to be extremely attractive. I don't know why. I don't know what that is. But that's me personally. So that, like, to each his own, I guess, on that. So I got no, like, if you're an older guy out there and you like a younger woman or something, I get it. You can't argue that you have something in common with the younger woman, though. Like, that part, if you're going to try to tell me, like, if I meet you and you got a 20-year-old girlfriend and you try to tell me that you have something in common with her and be like, get the fuck out of here. Just be honest and be like, I think younger women are hot. Maybe you do have something in common with her. I think that's crazy. But dude, I don't know, man. As I get older, I'm like, you know, like, I probably shouldn't be talking about that shit in a stream, should I? No. I mean, like, you know, like, if you're 30 years old, you know, I know, like, I'm like age, you know, I feel like 30, 40 years old, I think they're hot. Yeah, definitely. If I was looking at a girl that was 22 years old, standing next to a woman that's like 30 or 40, yeah, man, I find a 30 or 40-year-old way hotter than a to me like a college girl would smell like a child. Like, I don't know, when you get older, you see this shit. You're like, you can see that a woman's a woman. You're like, that's a woman. Abort topic, I know. Hey, so someone here in chats on YouTube saying, when I was younger, I liked younger than me. No, someone said I liked them older. I liked older women, or now I like younger women or something like that. What was it? I liked older when I was younger. Now I like younger than me. Less headache. Yeah, so I can't argue with that, DS. To each his own. To each his own. But I like an older woman. I like them. I feel like an older woman, they're more confident. They've been through a lot more. They know what they want. They're not oppressed by societal bullshit that they have to go through. I feel like women go through a ton of crazy shit. Like our society puts so much weight on them. Like weight on them to look good and also their stupid shit. Like, you have to take care of the kids and you have to work and you have to look good and you have to present yourself a certain way. And for me, I feel like as women get older, oftentimes they're like, fuck all that shit. I don't have to do that for anybody. I find that probably shouldn't be talking about that. I'll just abort the conversation. They always like the older women. Abort. Keanu Reeves and Alexander Grant. Granted that she's older. Yeah, I'd like some pillow talk. I would. I'd like some pillow talk. I like some pillow talk. The only thing I'm not into is I'm not into the plastic surgery that looks like plastic surgery. I'm not into that stuff. Like when you look like you like you can see it. I'm not into that either. I mean, it's like more of a natural woman. People in the stream are like, well, we can probably hang out. He won't like my wife. Other people in the stream are like, definitely not letting him meet my wife. Yeah, we talked about AMD earlier. We've been talking about AMD for days now, right? It's not over. It's going to last 5 to 6 sessions. Oh, I said it'll last up to 12 sessions, I think. We already called that one out. We call them out before, never after around here. Dating a 26-year-old and a 30-year-old at the same time, those add together, right? Sure. Wiki goes, you can meet my wife. She's an autonomous person and can make decisions. Good question. Sly Rabbit's asking, is this going to be a theta day? There's a lot of rotation going on right now. Or in my view, there is. I'm looking around the market right now, and I'm like, dude, there's like shit that looks like there's stuff going on in the market that looks like the market should crash to the depths of hell. And then they're like, no, we're going to buy a bunch of this shit over here. So there's a lot of rotation going on. Joe. Joe Donut. Everyone that knows the woman I like is they're all like confident in their wives. They're like my wife's never getting with you, man. I know exactly who you like. That's the same kind of woman I like. This is the same with my wife too. My wife's like the kind of woman like I'll take her somewhere and we'll go out somewhere. We'll have to go to some event or something. You know, it's like something we're having a lot of fun. There's like kids aren't there. Like go somewhere having a good old time or whatever, and like like somebody's hitting on your wife or something. And we don't actually wear wedding rings either. We don't wear wedding bands. She's got a wedding band and a rock and all that, but we don't wear them. We started buying houses and we were rehabbing them ourselves, and so we stopped wearing jewelry because you can rip your finger off, and so we stopped wearing jewelry. I still wear a watch, but I don't wear any rings. I don't want to rip my sleeve my fingers or anything. And I don't want to get my finger blown up either. Matter of fact, I just did a bunch of electrical work on a house that I bought. And you can catch an arc and blow your finger right off your hand, right? So we'll go out and we don't wear rings. And so people don't know, they don't know we're married or something. Or they don't see us hanging out together. We get, she'll go off and do her thing. I'll go off and do my thing. But we'll meet people. Or someone will be hitting on her or something in front of me. And then sometimes they're aggressive too. Like sometimes you'll meet someone that's aggressive. This is rare now, but there was a time when it's pretty common. But I used to catch a kick out of it because I was like, they would be scared or something, or they'd find out and be like, oh, I'm sorry, man, I didn't know it was your wife or something. And it didn't matter how it played itself out. Some guys are aggressive. But even especially the aggressive guys, I'd just be like, man, you can have her. You can always, you want to take her home. She's yours, bro. Because I'm like, you do realize she's got 2 children and a couple dogs and a lot of expenses. You want to take that on. It's all yours. And then they're like, what do you mean she's got kids? I'm like, yeah, she's got 2 daughters, man. Full package deal. You got to take care of all of them. Probably me too. I'll be coming and living in your basement or something. Oh, dude, Bull's taking over again, just bouncing back and forth right now. What's going to happen? Maybe I'm just getting older. I mean, I think when you're younger, you're always afraid of that. Is my wife going to cheat on me or that kind of shit? I know young people go through that shit all the time. Does she love me? I mean, so as I get older, I'm not as concerned with it. If she cheated on me, she cheated. If she wants to be with somebody else, she wants to be with somebody else. I can't stop that. If she doesn't love me anymore, or she's like, I want a different life, or hey, we're doing different things. And that's kind of one of the keys of falling in love with somebody.
Due to a dangerous behavior.
Is a life lesson for you young men out there.
Over the Black Sea on Friday.
There's a good life lesson here. You meet somebody. I think this applies to, I don't care if you're like straight, gay, bisexual, I don't care. Like whatever, if you're in a relationship, you're in a relationship with somebody you love. This is a life lesson. Sometimes, or like you meet somebody and you become their friend, right? You lust after them because you think they're hot, then you become good friends.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Nice supply to the upside right now. Looking for a squeeze higher still. Can we get the yellow box? Can we get the H line? Looks like it. Sell side getting run over right now. Here's a life lesson. I'm going to tell you something. If you're young out there listening right now, right? This is going to make all the difference in your life. And I know your brain is not going to listen to this, but like let's say you're lusting after somebody, and then you're like, oh yeah, we're going to lust after each other. Then you become friends. This is another key. Like for a long-term relationship, you want to be their friend. You do. Like it makes life so much easier when you like have things in common. You come from similar backgrounds, not required, but if you ask anyone with a sociology degree, statistically, if they have like a similar background as you, like we experienced the same things as kids, they tend to turn into long-term relationships. Getting some bull alerts right now to the upside. Bull alerts right now to the upside. But the key point, you don't have to, but the key point is like, if you like, you then become friends, and let's say you have things in common. You should have some things in common. Like I enjoy this, you enjoy this. We put some years together. Now the key to this is there are going to be times in your life when you're in a relationship where you don't have the same things in common, or your interests diverge. Like, hey, I like the color blue and you like the color blue. And then 5 years later, I like the color green and he or she likes the color yellow. We don't like the same color anymore.
Fitch Ratings says the economic recovery slows across U.S. states and tax revenue growth stalls in California and New York.
If you can stay together and enjoy different things, all the better. If you can't enjoy different things and stay together, or if you don't want to explore what she likes or what you likes or he or whatever, you have to let that go. Does that make sense? So, like if your loved one wants to go off and cheat, or your loved one wants a different experience or something like that, don't waste your fucking time. Life is too short. Is my point. Does that make sense? Because you're probably like, hey, now I like yellow and she likes green, and we're just separating different ways. You can go find someone that likes yellow. There's a bunch of women or men out there that like yellow too. Does that make sense? But some people can stay together even if they have different if their interests change over time. But some people can't get over that. Some people want, like let's say my wife
Commentary out of Fitch Ratings.
likes the color green and I like the color yellow now.
U.S. states and tax.
She might not. Let's say I'm like, nah, I'm never gonna like that color green, and I don't have no interest. She might be like, well, I'm gonna go find someone that does like the color green. If you can recognize that, you'll live a much happier life. If you have to move on. It does look like Space Invaders, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I got a close friend, and his close friend is getting bent right over right now. I'm like, man, let that shit go. Like, just move on. Just move on. Just point blank telling you. Yeah, I can't say that. I can't say that. Spy pump room and couples counseling. Yeah, I agree. Like, people should never stop growing, but individual growth can create conflict, or not conflict, friction. Like, individual growth can definitely. The one thing that I've tried to do with my wife, or my wife and I try to do, and I'll be honest, is have some fucking interest in what the other person is doing. I'm going to be honest with you. For the one thing that's probably saved us is kind of being interested in the same stuff. And if our interests change, that we are open to whatever they're interested in. Like, if my wife's like, I don't like the color blue anymore, and I now like the color green, and I'm like, and I like blue, I'll be like, yeah, you know what? Show me what's up with that green over there. So, like, if you want to keep your loved one, so if you're like, well, my loved one is now interested in green and not blue anymore, Cap, what do? I would recommend that if you start fucking trying out green, if you do that, she'll probably stay with you. It's a good point, Winky. Yeah, so Bebop's saying, I've been married 4 times, so has my husband, both widowed twice. So you have something in common, right? Does that work for you? I bet that I would assume that it does. If I was widowed twice, I'd probably be looking for something similar. There was someone that has something in common with me, can understand, identify with what I've gone through. Yeah, that's another good point. Devin's saying, take a long trip with somebody. Yeah, long trips work. Living with somebody works too, right? Like, I can't believe people like never live with each other and getting married. I'm like, what? We need more Jerry. Oh no, I got Alex in trouble. Alex's wife is like, I told you, start liking green. Yeah, Andrea is making a good point. Keeping an open mind for sure, and at least trying out what the other person likes instead of like instant rejection or resisting. Yeah, I think that shit just leads to. I mean, Andrew's making a great point, or Andrea. I don't know how she pronounces her name, but I agree with that. Like, at least be open to it, or at least be like, hey, I don't like this, but you do, have fun with it. At a bare minimum, but like the full on, like, we ain't doing that at all. Like, that doesn't fucking fly. That shit causes fucking resentment. We should run a poll, Winky, and find out what these bears are thinking. These bears are relentless right now. Like Southside rage right here. No, I'm still in calls right now. I'm sitting in them. Yeah, that's another. So who brought that up in there? Alexander saying go camping with someone. You know what I found with my men friends, my male friends. A very easy way to classify them is to go hiking with them, like through hiking. You can find out real fast, like, I can trust this guy with this stuff, and I can trust that guy with that stuff. Go to Burning Man. That's another good one. Go to Burning Man with some friends, and you'll find out who are the freeloaders and who actually do shit. Bliss says, Stuff it down with some brown. Just drink it away. You'll be fine. Like in our day and age, right? Like one of the first world countries. I'm just going to drink it away. Bebop says, my aunt and uncle were married 72 years, had 8 kids. I once asked my aunt, do you ever think of divorce? And she said every day. They both had a great sense of humor, which I think is most important. I agree with that, too. But I think fighting's fine, too. So I've had my friends and I have always talked about this. I've had friends that are like, I've never once fought my wife. I have other friends that, like, I fight with her all the time. I think fighting's a normal part of a relationship. Personally, I don't mean like, you know, like beating each other up or any of that kind of shit, any abuse or anything, but like disagreeing. I always feel like I've got I let a lot of shit slide, and then some shit I don't, and like that shit that I don't let slide, I just don't interact about it. I'm just like, no. I think for, or at least the dynamics, most of the dynamics I've had with women, I've done better when I don't argue about a bunch of stuff, and then the 1 or 2 or 3 things that are important to me, they mean more. Hey David, how you doing, man? I did not look at Chewy. Let's look at it right now. Let me take a look, brother. Chewy, excuse me. So I like Chewy here. Let's look at Chewy real quick. I like it. It's a good call. Good shout out. Hold on a second. Let's talk about Chewy. Put that collab cap frame. Let's get rid of that one. CHWY. Okay, so we're going to look at multiple time frames. I always like seeing this right here for a bull trade. I always like selling. So like sell this right here. Buy this right here. Make sense? And it hasn't topped yet, right? This is actually max bullishness right now on Chewy. Hold on a second here. Let me look at that in the background somewhere else. I want to check into the chart. I'm going to get stopped out here in just a minute. I know that. This is the wrong chart. Got the wrong chart here. Chart.
So in geopolitics, China, Pakistan, and Afghanistan have agreed to expand cooperation.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Chewy. Coming into resistance right now. Price target above 37.54. It has to hold 32.81. It's on a 5 trigger cluster or a 4 trigger cluster to break above its daily trigger. If it breaks above its daily trigger, expect a kiss back. So watch my cursor here. Expect a move to like 34.50. There's a second trade in here. When the hourly comes up. So you're going to be looking for a squeeze above to 34.50. You want to see it hold 33.54. If it can hold 33.54, price target $37 flat. Make sense? So let me chart it out for you. At each level, if any of these like supports as you go up breaks, the play or the trade would be dead. Something like that, a failure. Then I move this way right here. You're gonna expect the hourly to come right up on it. The play is dead below. The play is not dead. Trade is dead below 33.67. Like a rejection. See, the idea here would be if you trade up here and it's rejected, and there's a confirmation rejection, like it can go up here and dip, and then go up there. But if it comes down and rejects, like breaks that 33.67 and starts to prove itself, you stop losses right there. $37. If that holds, your next target above is 44.45. I like it just owning it. Not necessarily calls or anything. Maybe leaps if you were. Worth watching here. Something like that. Like you'd get this target here, and then you'd get some consolidation for the next leg. Something like that. Good ticker. Another good call out. Chewy. Wayfair. Holy shit, Wayfair is all over the place. Oh. What do I have going on with Wayfair here? Nice. Look what I did on Wayfair. Hold on. I've already charted this one out. Crazy. So let me see if you can see this. We've charted this one already. See that right there? No, we've already charted Wayfair.
7 has outlined a plan for addressing bank runs in a statement.
So far, it's following the. So far, it's following what I thought it would do. I'm bullish on Wayfair right now. To 67.20. There is a problem here. I'll look on this on a higher time frame. There is a problem here of a roll. Oh, that would go down here. You want to be wary of this monthly over here. T4. Which daily chart? We're going to look at a different chart here. Higher time frame chart. W. I'm extremely bullish here on Wayfair. Over time, I was afraid of ultimately my price target on Wayfair, $102. I'm pretty bullish here. Like if you on like 6 to 9 months a year, very bullish on Wayfair. I don't show you guys that chart too often, do I? You guys rarely ever see that chart. So Wayfair, if you can deal with the bullshit on Wayfair, expect it to double in price. Unless it's something we don't know.
So the full piece from the Nikkei now available on the feed for anybody that's interested. Let's looking into this a bit. So the group of 7 leading industrialized nations intend to craft plans for addressing bank runs of the type that led to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, the Nikkei has learned. So a more robust response to bank runs is seen as necessary when rumors can spread through social media and deposits can be withdrawn instantly via internet banking.
I want to warn you right now that the daily trigger is turning up for bulls. The hourly trigger is turning up for bulls on the SPY. 411.24. Just a warning, all this trading sideways is becoming more bullish. Bears have to put it together. If they can't put it together, we're turning up. We're getting bullish here. $408.79. Yeah, it's still down here. The more trading sideways that we're doing here, the more bullish it's becoming. Just a warning too, if you're a bear, that like these are turning up. The steps were going down, and now the steps are going up. Just a warning if you're a bear out there. I like Wayfair over time, a year. It might take a year to get there, but I'm ultimately bullish on Wayfair. On higher time frames, I'm like bullish on Wayfair to like $100. I wouldn't hold it past that though. I think it was 104, but I wouldn't. I think it probably won't be 100 at that point. By the time we get there, it'll probably be like 90s or something. But if you think it's going to like 3,000, probably not. Yeah, butterflies everywhere. There's a lot of rotation today. The rotation trade is very big right now. Yeah, like so the Bears have to get some shit done. If the Bears can't get like significant break of like Bears need to like get underneath this hourly, get down here to this daily trigger. If they can't, like the more that we do this, the more bullish we become. Like you see these lines flattening right here. Like these are never a good sign for bears. Like this white line going sideways, the coiling that's going on. You want to see like the white line going down, the red line going down. It's like if the white line and red line are going down, they start flattening out. We start spending like all afternoon here. It not always, but it tends to resolve to the upside. Not always. No, but I'm watching velocity, not velocity. I'm watching triggers come up right now too. So bears have some work to do. They got to start selling. We need an event to sell this shit. I personally want it to go down. I'll be honest with you. Like overall, I want it to go down. I like buying dips down. Like I want to buy a dip on the hourly or the daily trigger. Like I want to buy a dip down here. Down here, down here. Let me look on the SPY on a different chart here and see if we can get if we're gonna get blood or not. Yeah, I might get some blood. I'd like to see it just like I'll be honest with you. I want to see just like a fucking liquidation break, like straight down to the depths of hell. We waiting on some news maybe that I don't know about? Let me take a look. Goolsby just flapping his lips right now. Economic calendar. 12:25 in the afternoon on Monday. Fed senior loan survey. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. Is Yellen on at 4 p.m.? Is she really?
So just seeing from the Financial Times, US regional bank rally loses steam as investors await Fed data. So an early rally in US regional banks this morning faded as investors looked ahead to data from the Federal Reserve on bank lending after a year of aggressive interest rates to curb inflation. So just as an early reminder on this note, do get the Fed Senior Loan Officer Survey at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today.
Oh, shit. That's why the market's not going up. I'm going to close some calls here. That's the answer right there. There's a fucking hedge in the market for this bullshit.
So ahead of the Fed Senior Loan Officer Survey. So this is a survey on bank lending practices. Surveys conducted by the Fed, obviously, polls up to 80 large domestic banks and 24 US branches and agencies of foreign banks. So the survey generally covers changes in the standards and terms of the bank's lending and the state of business and household demand for loans as well. So again, we are getting this information at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today.
Elon Musk says that Twitter is purging accounts that have had no activity for years. That's not true. Zoltan Pozar has left Credit Suisse. See if I see anything else here. Give me just a second here. Got something I gotta do in the background. Got a sell order in on some calls. No fill still. I'm looking in the background on my tweet deck. I'm looking at Financial Juice and some other stuff right now. Let me bring up the SPY for you real quick. Looks like it wants to go down here. Right there. Be conscious of it right there. Price target below 411.20. 411.26. There's a pretty large hedge on the market right now. Hourly is topping right now on the SPY. Starting to get across right now on the 5-minute chart on the 27 and the 114. I just got stopped out right now. Getting a 5-minute cross currently on the SPY. Target below 411.26. Come on, just break, baby. Is Brittany in the stream right now? Anybody know if Brittany's here? I had a question for her. She's not here. I gotta send her a DM. She got a new job. I'm gonna send her a DM. I had a professional question for her. What's Dexerto? I don't know what Dexerto is. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the website right now. Paid to schmooze and play golf with gamers. I like it. We've had like rain here, and it's starting to get sunny. And I was thinking about taking a day this week. I was going to talk to you guys about it. Take a day to go golfing this week. I feel like I'm living in the Scottish Highlands, just rain and clouds every day. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I've got sun here. I'm going to look right now for a tea time and see if I can find one. Tea times, baby. Ooh. I wonder if I should play it. No, it's going to rain today. That's why. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What do you guys think is the best day for me to like, if I leave the stream up? Give me a second. I'm going to find out if I can get someone to come with me. Hold on a second. Give me just a second here. Okay. I kind of got told yes and no. Well, I didn't. It was a mixed bag. So tomorrow, I'm gonna play tomorrow, but I'm gonna make a tea time for 4:30. So tomorrow at 4, I'm shutting this shit down. There'll be no after hours banter. Yeah, friend. Yeah. Oh yeah, baby, just booked it. Done. Oh. Guess we're playing speed golf tomorrow. The good thing is, when I lived out in the West, when I lived out West, it would get dark early. When I lived in the East, it was like normal dusk. When you live in the Midwest, it's really weird here. When you get into summer months, it is light outside in the summer until 10 p.m. And I mean like light outside. Dusk is much later. So that's one benefit of being out here. Yeah, young traveler, you can play here till 10. You can't light fireworks and stuff off until 11, stuff like that. It's even like it's not even dark. Market on pause right now. Market is being hedged right now on some news being awaited at 2 p.m. Having a cross right now of the 27 and the 113, targeting lower the hourly trigger at 411.26. Have another couple targets down below. We've got the daily trigger down here, S1 right here. We have a previous low in the middle of the day from Friday's session. We already tagged the pivot, so we should at least get down here to this 411 and change. As I look around the market, everything seems to be on pause across the market. A lot of grinding and pausing going on. Toast made a new high just a moment ago. Netflix consolidating. Disney still look like it's going to come back down and hit that 102 and change that we talked about earlier. GME rolling over. Zion rolling over again. Bill cranking again. AMD just keeps ripping faces off. We already talked about AMD. It could take 10 to 12 sessions of just relentless up and down, violent moves higher. FRCB moving higher. Yeah, it is. Agreed, Cheever. It's north and east of the time zone. Like, we're on the cusp, I think, of central. It's both of those reasons, right? It is. You are right. You are correct on that. Market and standby right now for 2 p.m. Yeah, I'm on Eastern time. So I'm on like the east. I'm on the western edge of Eastern Standard Time. So I'm like the last person. Same thing applies in the winter time. It gets dark here extremely early. Excuse me, we have less hours of sunlight in the winter too. But that's not due to these time zones. It's due to our location. Yeah, Cheever's saying that he lives 60 miles east of Milwaukee, and I'm 1 hour ahead of them. Here, I got some stuff for you while we're waiting for this bullshit to work itself out. Watching a cross right now to the downside. I wonder if I should take some puts here.
So in 10 minutes' time now at the top of the hour, expecting comments from EU Commission Vice President Vestager and German Economy Minister Habeck.
Watching a bear cross right now on the 5-minute first cross all day. You can see it playing out right now. I got some puts. I got the boots, baby. I'm gonna just sit on them for a little while here and see if they work themselves out. Please like and subscribe to these videos. We have a Discord that's free as well if you'd like to join that. I don't think that it'll always be free, so if you want to get in there, kind of a cool place. A lot of smart traders in there. You're gonna go bank some so I was gonna. So you know what I was doing? Young Travelair, dude. This year specifically, I went to go start the spring off by going to the range. I'm paying more money at the range than I am playing a round of golf. So I just stopped and started playing golf. Like this year specifically, the range is ridiculously expensive. And the crazy part is that I'm like, what? How has inflation hit you? I'm like, range balls haven't changed in price. I even looked it up. I'm I'm like, maybe some of the wage inflation. I guess maybe maintenance and care of the course. Fertilizer's out of control, the price of fertilizer. But the range is as expensive as going to play a round of golf for me. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the reason was. I mean, we're talking like substantial increases in playing around versus it used to be like you go to bang a bucket of balls and it was cheap. You can get out there, you work on your swing, all that kind of stuff. And this year, I'm just like I'm spending more at the range than I am on a course. Yeah, labor is money. New high on NQ.
So 5 minutes now to the top of the hour, where we expect comments from EU Commission Vice President Vestager and German Economy Minister Habeck.
30% increase in the cost of labor at the lowest wage jobs in the past few years. Yeah, I'm you know what it reminded me of? You know what it reminds me of? So Joe's making a good point. Joe's saying a 30% increase in the cost of labor at the lowest wage jobs in the past few years. So that's to the point of like McDonald's, right? I was just reading some articles about like why does McDonald's cost so much. I've heard all kinds of arguments. I've heard like fast casual. Like I guess the McDonald's CEO is like, we can charge more, so we do. And we're just gonna up our prices to what fast casual people pay for eating. So I think fast casual is like a Applebee's type restaurant. But I don't eat fast food generally. Do most or some of the health benefits, but also due to the price. Each time I've gone out to eat fast food, I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'll just get a steak and eat that. But I think Joe's making a fair point here. Like I think it's a valid point, but I don't know that it's the entire answer. Yeah, I guess the CEO for McDonald's is like, fuck that. We'll just charge. We don't care. Yeah, he's saying that the mid-level jobs have not seen more than 3 to 4%. Yeah, that's my wife. She's doing her wage increases every year are basically following fake inflation. No massive increase in her salary. And keep my eye on this cross right here. Higher series of higher lows here. One higher low here. Another higher low here. Another higher low here. We have this crossover, this 5-minute cross. Did anybody pay attention to the Berkshire Hathaway meeting? I wanted to, and then I was like, I can't. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I used to pay attention to the meeting, and I didn't pay attention to it all this weekend. Was there anything that was taken away that I should pay attention to? Like, some of the shit that I was hearing that was coming out of it, I was like, I can't do this. I think fast casual is has some form of service. Let me see if what is a fast casual restaurant? It's an intermediate concept found primarily in U.S. Canada, does not offer full tableside service, but advertises higher quality food and fast food restaurants.
Surely expecting comments.
So yeah, that's Chipotle, right? We're gonna charge what Chipotle charges. So I'm wrong. I said Applebee's, but they have servers, right? So it looks like Applebee's is considered a casual dining restaurant, not fast casual. A casual dining restaurant is a restaurant that serves moderately priced food in a casual atmosphere, except for buffet-style restaurants.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
I want to see if that steakhouse is on there that they bought. Yeah, casuals is says that you have casual dining is a restaurant that serves moderately priced food in a casual atmosphere except for buffet style restaurants. Typically provide table service, so not guaranteed either. Examples include TGI Fridays in the US, Harvester in the UK. And there's premium casual, family style, fine dining. See if the Bears can hold on here. If the Bears can't hold on, we're going to get a squeeze. I was reading something. Let me see if I can find this in the background. There was something else that I was looking at. Oh, it's cracked my back. Yeah, I saw this being asked the other day. This is a good question. So here you go, right? This doesn't have to be market related. Let me ask you a question out there and respond inside of the chat. Okay, here's the question. I thought this was a good question. I read this. I think I found this on Reddit or something. And the question was, what's a single valuable piece of information that you know that you would like to share? So if you know something, like what's a single piece of valuable information that you know that you'd like to share? Now, it doesn't have to be it can be market related, but it doesn't have to be. So if you know like one piece of information about life, knowledge, I don't care what it is, something important, What's your one single piece of information? Puts don't pay. Uncle JBJ said, don't get married till you're north of 30. Take more photos. I like that one. That's a good one. Take more photos. You know what I always notice is that I'm never the one in photos. I'm always the one taking them. It's always like I take photos of all the family and I'm never the one in the actual photos. McD's overseas is fine dining. That's true. I've been there. I've been in places where I'm like, all I want is a McDonald's hamburger. I agree with that. Sunday never ends. Matter of fact, so Sunday never ends just said, back up your photos. I recently found a zip drive, not a zip drive, but a like a keychain drive. And I don't know how I came into ownership of it. And it has a bunch of pictures of people I don't know on it. So I don't know if I picked it up along the way or found it somewhere. And I've been meaning to take a picture of these people and doing a reverse image search on Google and finding out if I can find out who these people are and send the keychain drive to them. That's a good one. Wheelchair saying separate your carbs and fats. Panda saying having 4 different bank savings accounts equals 1 million in FDIC insurance. I don't think that's true. I think it's by social security number unless you have trust or something like that. You could be right though. But my understanding was your FDIC insurance is based on your social. If I'm wrong, correct me on that in the chat. Don't buy natty gas. Have kids. Animals are way cooler than people. Humanity is doomed. Don't wait until your 40s to have kids. Your kids aren't keeping you young? You find free cheese only in the mousetrap. Get a dog. I got a cool one for you. I got 2 cool ones. So this one came from that question that was asked. Now I use a website called Website Archive. And the website address of it is archive.is. And I use that website to unlock paywalls on desktop. So sometimes you'll see me post things in the chat or on Twitter, and I'll be like, here's the Bloomberg source, and then here's the archived version of it, the free version. If you've used your three free articles or something, or you don't have a subscription to Bloomberg. But this one person had talked about, and this is fascinating because I had just been thinking, like, I was on Google News on my iPhone the other day. I was on Google News on my iPhone, and I was clicking on links of news articles, and every single news article was just tons of advertising. So I don't know if I'm missing something. Maybe I need like a some form of sponsor block or U-block on my iPhone. But this one guy talked about a website called 12. I haven't used it yet. It says, my reason I'm saying this because it's 12ft.io. And it claims that it'll jailbreak any paywall. Supposedly it works on iOS too. I haven't tried it yet on iOS, but there's one that I've got for you. So if you're out there and you are like, oh, I can't read an article, check out archive or 12ft.io or archive.is. That's a good one. Get regular exercise. Yeah, someone's saying it's per bank, not per social number. Yeah, we have a hedge in the market right now. Normally, I'd be like, yeah, we're going to squeeze. Well, not just squeeze, but we're going to trade higher. But it looks like the market is being hedged for this news coming out of 2. So you'll see some squeezes in here, but you can see that the market is being hedged right now. SPY specifically has a hedge on it for this news coming out of 2. Will it jailbreak OnlyFans? Will it jailbreak OnlyFans? I will say this, that the puts that are on the market right now should make it squeeze once this news comes out. Should provide good fuel for a rip higher. Weary Rome is saying, if you are coming out of school have an opportunity to work abroad, take it. Great experience learning about other cultures and tax advantages. Expense accounts can jumpstart building wealth. Yeah, I like working overseas has been a blast. I enjoyed myself. Gave me a new perspective on the world as well and at home. Gave me a lot of perspective being an American. SPY squeezing right now. Price now above the 1 and 5 minute. You want me to go over someone said, can you go over Tesla? Yeah, we can go over Tesla. Let's go over Tesla. Just give me a second here. So I'm going to bring Tesla up here in the background. SPY squeezing, now trading 412.50 right now. So Tesla on a 1 month chart. We're gonna look at a bunch of stuff on Tesla. What I want you to see here is, like people said that the dip didn't get bought on Tesla. And if you just look on the volume bars down here, there's some of the largest volume buying in the history of Tesla. Here and right here. So no matter what anyone tells you, the dip was bought is the point. So this is a weekly or a monthly chart. And this candle right here is quite significant. So I'm going to start my posit off with, and this isn't Kathy Woods, these are institutions, that they made a market for Tesla at that $100, $90 mark. We had autos selling above right here. These two big candles right here on Tesla, right?
Surely expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
And I was expecting selling on Tesla. Not expecting, but I said if we get over 220, that's when you'd pick it up again for that move higher here. This is something that bears don't want to let go. And not watching the white line come over here. The white line is flattening. And we're consolidating here. We haven't had a fall off on Tesla. And you're seeing more accumulation here into March. Whenever I see shit like this, like in my view, Tesla should go to fucking $64. But whenever I see shit like this here, I'm like, man, they fucking bought the dip and they kept adding to it. And then like old men were like, just buy Tesla and hold it. So when you see accumulation like this, and then they're telling you that they're not buying it,
Parties take $2.218 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
It's suspect.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
These market makers, these institutions do not like to lose.
By signing up at tothetick.com.
And they like to hold for normally like minimum 9 months, sometimes like a year and a half. Price matters here, but they like to get back 150 to 300% usually. And so I'm like, who did all this buying down here? And I'm not believing that this is retail or even it's hedge fund, but a lot of prime banks are buying it down there. So unless they start selling into each other, like this is just base case. Unless they start selling into each other, I'm kind of suspect of, like they'll spin the news to make it whatever it is. Nice squeeze right there on Tesla or on SPY. Turning bullish now, reversing back into a bull cross here, looking for a retest above at 412.35. But I have more to talk to you about here. We're not done with Tesla. Tesla getting squeezy right now. We're going to start, though, on the daily on Tesla. This is looking over many, many, many moons. Now, the weekly's kind of top-ish, not quite done. What I'm really concerned with here is the monthly accumulations. And we're kind of fighting for a new monthly. You can see how this goes with Tesla. We're not toppy on the quarterlies here yet. That doesn't mean we don't have some weakness here, but I'm like, man, you know, if you're looking at Tesla here, you know, it kind of looks like we're going up here. And that's like, you know, it's like 500. It's on a much higher time frame. So like, is Tesla at risk of crashing? All the, oh no, so that's SPY. Sorry, my bad. Wrong one. That's the SPY chart. I don't want to talk about that. But the same thing applies to, because I already looked at the Tesla one. Same thing applies to Tesla. You're at the bottom here in the 3-month, bottom here in the on the monthly, and then what's really bullish here is the weekly. So if the same thing's kind of happening on Tesla here for this move higher. And you can see this rip here in Tesla. The bigger one is way back here. This run right here is the one that I was looking at yesterday. And it just ripped faces off. So we don't spend a lot of time down here in the monthly. So on Tesla, on like the crash predictor and stuff like that, it's not saying crash. Now the dip was bought down here on its quarterly velocity. It's a pretty big thing to get bought down here. So we have to get above that 220 we keep talking about. Like, it needs to still trade above this 220. This thesis would be dead below 143. Below 143, you're looking for a target of $55.89. But, you know, this is, you got a higher low here, higher low here. This is a pretty significant sell-off for Tesla down here at this purple line. So, I mean, the thesis here is we're coming into the daily trigger on Tesla. We have the weekly above. I'm going to give you a bunch of numbers here. Right now, as long as Tesla holds 142, the way is 142.84. The way is still up. Your next target, like, is 186. We know that this has been a big fight already, that 186 number. But then 216.32 is your next one. And like, I'm calling 300 to close this gap right here, but there's nothing saying it can't go back to all-time highs at 400.
So from the U.S. State Department, the U.S. ambassador to China, Burns, told their Chinese foreign minister that there has been no change to the U.S.'s one China policy.
I mean, there could be some range-bound action between this 220 and 300, and then finally you make the leg up here. You know, time's not on your side once they cut rates, but balls in the Bulls' court right now. $30-minute chart. You know, right? So, I mean, just look at this 30-minute chart. Like, this is what you want to see. Extreme bearishness on the daily, on the weekly, on the monthly. Hourly is not so good for the bulls here. But the hourly is not saying, like, in the next few weeks what's going to happen to Tesla. So even if Tesla has some momentary weakness, It looks like it's going to explode right now. It's about to rip some faces off. The hourly is coming up onto the daily. Target above 186. But just overall, like the coming weeks through summer, and this could be a driver for NASDAQ and for the SPX, for SPY, for S&P 500. Your next target above, again, 217.25, 186.99, 217. But you've got clear skies above. And you start getting like the hour, the 1, the 5, the hour, the daily, the weekly on your side, and that 4 trigger will destroy that monthly. So unless we trade below that 142, which we've failed to do at this point, my posit here is that, like, if you had NVIDIA leading the way in Apple, that you might be looking towards these high beta stocks to lead the way. So, like NVIDIA might do well, but you've got, like, Netflix trades like a high beta right now. And Tesla, I've been watching Tesla against SPX and NASDAQ. Sometimes it trades to SPY and sometimes it doesn't. It's been very beta-esque. Like, it's been very, like, meme-ish. More so than usual. And whenever it does that, whenever it starts to show, like, its own, like, it's like not trading to the market, I'm like, man, this is when we start making stupid moves. So Tesla on a higher time frame. So let's just talk about a higher time frame. So Tesla on a higher time frame, talking like months, quarters, fractal waves going back to the beginning of its life as an individual ticker. It looks extremely bullish. And then the volume buying of it from institutions. You know, they'll sell fucking burning tires after a nuclear war if they can. So, you know, like when a company sometimes has every reason to go down to the, like, unless it's fraud, even if it's legal fraud, like we lied to you about something, they'll make a fucking market out of anything. And sometimes it's when it's at its worst. It's at its worst, like public consensus or sentiment in the market. So you know, and what you find out later on is that they actually bought it, and now they're going to sell into you. So, and I want you to know, like, I'm a Tesla bull that wants to buy Tesla at $50, $60. That's my case. I'm not happy at all with Tesla right now. I'm not a fan of what Tesla's doing, what it hasn't delivered on. My expectations are through the roof. I don't care what any Tesla, but dude, take Tesla bulls. I love you guys, but I've got nothing for you right now. Or from my love for Tesla and what I want Tesla to become, and I want them to keep up with companies that are catching up to them. I have high expectations, and I am not the Tesla bull that's like, everything is fucking fine. So, like, I have high expectations of a growth company. And if you don't meet those expectations, I want the price to go down. But saying that, the stock market is completely different than Tesla. Stock market's a completely different thing, right? It has to do with the value of a company and forward ratios and shit like that. Things being priced in. But when I saw that accumulation, man, and the worst part is that publicly, everything that I read was like, oh, the dip was just a short squeeze, and it was just a dip bought by retail, and it's Kathy Woods and all this other fucking nonsense. And I'm like, Those fucking billions of dollars of Tesla stock that was bought, that wasn't by Kathy Woods.
Open lines of communication with China.
So on paper, everything is telling me Tesla should go to $50. And then when I'm looking at some other stuff, I'm like, meh. I got to go counter to my. I'm going counter to my. The data is saying otherwise. Data is saying that it's going up.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Now, right now, like if Tesla, like Tesla holds that 142, that thesis is alive that it's going to 300. If Tesla breaks that 142, I'll start taking that bearish thesis again. That we're going to go back and check the lows at 100 and likely see $40. But until that happens, it's like if you have like the walking, quacking, talking, looking like a duck, it's got like 3 of the 4 to go to 300. I mean, there's some work to do, but it's almost a duck. It's like DUC, but not quite K. If it starts to become like a DUC, but not K on the downside, I'll let you know, but it's starting to stink like it's going up there. And I'm a Tesla bull. So don't think that I don't like Tesla. Back to a 5-minute chart again on SPY. That's a big yawn fest. And I'm now on both sides of the trade. I'm holding both 412 Ps and 413 Cs. I now have a straddle on the market. Yeah, like fup duck. Fup duck. So, I mean, like it's like, so if you're looking at like the fundamental reason why Tesla should go down, to me at least, there's a fundamental reason for Tesla to go down. For technical and data-driven reason for Tesla to go up, it says it's going to go the fucking moon. I don't know if it's just Tesla. There's a couple out there. I thought Meta was doing great today. Netflix was doing great today. That's a good question. I haven't looked recently. The other thing, too, is some of these companies have followed NQ. They just haven't outperformed NQ. So my greater point is, do these tickers carry, like they outperform where like NVIDIA doesn't? NVIDIA. I got stopped out of puts, and now I'm just long calls. Starbucks, I didn't like their. So when we went into earnings for Starbucks and we went into Starbucks earnings and AMD earnings, AMD had the better chart. So my view on both tickers, even though AMD sold off on their earnings, was more positive on AMD in the next 3 months than Starbucks. So when if you remember the day when we were charting out, remember when we were charting out Starbucks and AMD? I had said everything looks like good to go on AMD going much higher. And I had said, and then the only caveat that I had was I haven't checked the short interest. And then Starbucks to me was overbought all across the board. Now I know that Starbucks can relentlessly just keep going higher and higher and higher and higher. But I liked the idea of the gains to be had on AMD. So when it sold off, I went back the day after earnings and I looked at the short interest on AMD. And that's when I had made the post on Twitter and said, I expect the next 2 weeks for it to ramp, like could take like 10 sessions. That was because on March 10th, the short interest was the same. And I had talked about AMD being a traded stock. So in my view, it didn't really fucking matter what the earnings was on AMD. They were selling it. And they were going to buy it back after earnings, which they did. And like AMD is a way more like heavily traded up and down stock than Starbucks.
Further into this is again, McConnell warned that he has no secret plan to solve the U.S. debt impasse. So Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell warned that he won't come to President Biden's rescue on the debt limit by breaking a partisan deadlock as a catastrophic U.S. default looms. So a day before a crucial meeting between Biden and congressional leaders, McConnell said in an interview today that he told the president privately it was up to him and House Speaker McCarthy to find a solution, even as he projected confidence that the nation would avert a default.
Yeah, we have a Tesla non-investor day. What do we have coming up? We have a Tesla event coming up too, right? Johnny baby. Yeah, they got the annual meeting coming up. I'm not when I stopped following Tesla news, I traded Tesla much better. So I don't follow, like I follow it, but I don't drink the Kool-Aid. I try to trade Tesla now on price action and data. Seems to work better. You guys remember, like we bought I think I didn't get into, so like when Tesla hit $100, I wanted to buy I was so anal about it. I was like, I want to buy 96.75 or 97.5 or something. So I got left behind, and I'm like, I ain't chasing that. And then I think I finally bought it at like $130 or something. I was like, I'm gonna be left behind here. And then I was like, we're going to 220, and then I was like, sell 217, and we sold 217. So I was very happy with the trade, but we haven't been above there since then, right? That 220, we hit it, and we just been consolidating ever since, just grinding. So I've been watching it in the background this entire time going, like it's not showing the signs of the heavy roll that I was looking for. It's showing the signs of consolidation for the move higher. I think it's coming. Not only think, it's coming. And I gave you the levels earlier. You start breaking those levels and my posit will be dead, but as long as those rules aren't broken, I stand by that call. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense or not. So if this is still happening, the way is still up. If this is no longer happening, the way is down. Yeah, I read something about Tesla earlier. You want me to read it to you guys? I didn't regurgitate it or anything. Or I didn't remember it to regurgitate it. I'll read it to you right now so we're more clear on what it is. I read about it this morning and then didn't say anything to you guys about it. I should have said something. Like I used to be like consume everything Tesla related. And I've been happier not doing that anymore. Happier investor. Like I took Tesla from $130 to 217. Nothing but happiness here. Like I'm just happy guy. Happy Tesla investor, happy Tesla trader. I could not take another Tesla trade the entire year and I'm happy. If I took just that one trade this year, I've probably beat 90% of Tesla traders this year on that one trade. Squeezing higher now. Waiting on news. Can't find that article now on Tesla. Maybe somebody can drop it in the chat. We got the old dragon foreman over here. It's 1:41. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go potty. I'll be back for the next 5 minutes for 1:45 for that news drop. I know I'm reading. I'm not going to mention names, but some of these politicians I'm reading in the background what they're saying. Like I expect the politicians to rabble rouse. I was thinking that over the weekend. I was like, you know what? I expect these politicians to do this shit, but when they're using yelling to do it, I'm like, it's just gross. Like using yelling for that, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like the stark contrast behind what J-Pow said versus what Yellen is saying. It's a travesty. Like I'll expect that. Like if you're a politician, you want to, I don't know, smear shit on the wall. If you're like a Fed, maybe if you're like a Fed, little Fed president or something, and you want to say a bunch of shit to cover your ass. I know that the Treasury Secretary does this. The Treasury secretaries have done this in the past, like they give warnings and shit. Like I realize that's part of their job, but I'm like, man, I mean, it's just so like such garbage. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Going to take a quick potty break. Try to get some iced coffee. I'll be right back with you guys.
And so keep in mind now we're now 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. We do get the Fed releasing the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. So the Federal Reserve releases its quarterly Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey on bank lending practices, known as the SLOOS. This is being closely scrutinized amid the banking crisis ongoing in the US at the moment. So again, just a reminder, at the top of the hour, do you get the Fed releasing the Senior Loan Officer Survey, otherwise known as the SLOOS. So shortly expecting the Fed Senior Loan Officer Survey.
All right. Still with you right now. I have a little bit of lunch coming, so I'm going to be eating here at some point with you. Still squeezing up, trading 412.88 right now. I have some work I have to do here in the background, so I'm going to turn. Do you guys want me to turn on some? Oh, I don't know if I can. I think I hooked up a speaker.
So the Fed survey shows tighter credit and weaker business loan demand overall.
2 p.m. right now. Starting to make some money back. Still not paying big amounts of money right now, though.
So the Fed survey also shows that banks tightening credit at 46% versus 44.8%. So the survey figures refer to large and mid-sized borrowers as well for some context. So noting a bit of dollar and S&P 500 strength there.
got a sell order and I'm not getting filled right now.
So looking into this, major shares of banks that reported having tightened standards or terms cited a less favorable or more uncertain economic outlook, reduced tolerance for risk, worsening of industry-specific problems, and a deterioration in their current or expected liquidity position as important for doing so. So in addition, does add here, significant shares of banks also cited decreased liquidity in the secondary market for C&I loans, increased concerns about the effect of legislative changes, supervisory action, or changes in accounting standards, the deterioration in their current or expected capital position, and less aggressive competition from other banks or non-bank lenders as important reasons for tightening lending standards and terms.
Cut a fill on that one. I'm flat right now.
So from this survey as well, the broadest share of banks with weaker loan demand since 2009.
Check 1, 2. I want to make sure my headphones are kind of fucked up. Let's get a complete lack of interest by the market. I love Cheever, dude. Cheever, you rule. Cheever, make sure you're in chat every day. Cheever's got that John Haggerty sauciness to him. I'm flat right now. I should have held on to those puts. At least make back the other side of that trade. Clawing my way back. I think I'm pretty much, I'm getting close. I was up and then I was down and then I think right now I'm flat. I haven't checked yet to see what I'll look at the end of the day. My trading today has been all over the place. I'm flat right now. But I should have held on to my puts when I took those like I did. Well, I did a straddle and then I got stopped out of the put side. And
quarter, major net shares of banks reported tightening standards for all types of commercial real estate loans. As such, tightening was more widely reported by mid-sized banks than by either the largest or other banks.
like, man, talk about having to create some volatility, huh? You ain't got no vol, so you just create a bunch of bullshit for volatility. Meanwhile, well, I was talking to Winky on the phone a few minutes ago. And on Sunday, I was like, there's a small chance of gap up. There's a small chance of selling off, but likely we'll trade sideways and consolidate around the hourly. And he was like, so then we started talking about
dollar strength, a bit of weakness emerging in the S&P 500 as well.
Started talking about how we first hit the H line down here. There's an H line over here. And then we hit the H line, then we came back up and tagged the pivot point. Right? We did the H line, then we did the pivot point. And we didn't continue downward, right? There was no continuation of the downside. And you remember this morning when I started looking around the market, and I'm like, oh, fuck, they're not consolidating or distributing or distribution or consolidation. It was rotation that was going on all afternoon, right? Or this morning, I was like, we're rotating. You can see it.
Banks reported having tightened lending standards for credit card, auto, and other consumer loans as well. By bank sizes, a greater net share of the largest banks reported tightening standards for credit card loans compared with mid-sized and other banks.
So, like, Winky's like, how do you know what's trend day or consolidation, distribution day, like a sell day, consolidation day, rotation day? And I was like, oh, well, you look around the market and see, like, just a basic way to figure that out is just looking at the heat map. If the heat map's like all red, you know we're selling, right? And we didn't see continuation here, right, to the downside earlier this morning. I should have held those fucking puts and just monetized both sides. I'm pissed now. Now I'm fucking livid that I didn't just do the straddle. So, you know, the point is, like, in here,
So seeing shares quickly turn negative in the S&P 500 here, now down around spot 1%.
like, you didn't see the consolidation, right? Or you started seeing this. So what you're seeing rotation in the market over here, through the day. And so he's like, well, how do you know it's a trend day up or down? And it's usually right here. You'll figure it out, right? You're going to see the market's either going to be green or it's going to be red, but not a little bit of both. Trading down to the hourly trigger. Now I'm really pissed off because I would have gotten my third tag down here. So even when you call it right, it doesn't matter, right? You get stopped out. I was telling Winky earlier, I'm like, I should have just held both fucking sides. And I just monetized calls up here. Like right on that tick I did. Yeah, and I'd be up like, I would be making bank right now. Like stupid money. Because I had these fucking puts. They're now trading $1.69, $1.70. And I owned them for like between 30 and 50 cents. Yeah, I'm like flat right now-ish. I think I'm down, but not by much. Maybe like 10 cents or something all day long. Not much, like 10, maybe 10 or 15 cents. But even this right here, matter of fact, Winky and I were talking yesterday. He's like, why do you hold the puts sometimes or calls if they've burned when you take the opposite side of the trade? And I'm like, I'll hold on to them because they're like a lotto ticket. And here's the lotto ticket tagging right now. Almost to a perfect T, right? So we got the H-line tag earlier. I'll put that back up there. This was the H-line from earlier, right? We tagged this one right off the bell. Then we came back down and tagged the pivot, consolidated. Hang tight for a second. And then we like squeezed higher and then finally sold off down here to the hourly trigger. So 1, 2, and 3 at this point. 3 tags to the downside. Yeah, did you take the money on the 412s and 413s, Winky? Yeah, Winky just made a bunch of bank because he held his. We were having this, well, not argument, we were having like a discussion on, hey, why do you hold something that's lost 50? Because sometimes I'm like, I'll get stuck in something. Like I'll pick a direction, and if I get stopped out, let's say I buy something for like $1. Goes the opposite way, and I can get out at like 90 cents, not so bad. But if I buy it for $1 and it goes down to like 50 cents or 40 cents or 30 cents, I'm like, fuck it, they just stay in the pile. I'll go the opposite trade to go the other way. But if we ever come back down to revisit, it's like a lotto trade at that point. Hold on a second here. We need a sandwich. That's a good question. Hold on a second. I'm like choking on a sandwich here. So the question becomes, so we just tagged the hourly trigger.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
You already know to take the money and run on
and market profile levels by signing up
on the H line. You know to take the money and run on the pivot line. And you know that the next level down is the HT. So that would be a take the money and run, right? So do you buy this dip becomes the question. You can't buy this dip until price gets above. It's a great question, by the way. Unless price gets above the white and red line.
Loan officer survey did show tighter credit conditions and weaker business loan demand, and also showed tightening.
So ostensibly, it's another. It would be another entry point to go short once again above here at 412.39.
Strengthen the dollar as well.
Let's take the money and run on the put side and wait and see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just eat another bite of this sandwich. It's really good. So 412.39. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know what I did just there. Was I eating a sandwich on? You guys are watching me eat sandwiches in the background. so in the background here, you're looking for another rejection to go lower to the next stop. That's 410.18. And I was chomping, right? I was like, well, they made me these little like deli sandwiches. They toasted the buns on them, like little French bread sandwiches, and they were delicious. Ooh. Ooh. I love bear tacos, man. You know what else I like is I haven't had in a while and I've been dying for it. Is what's that? Pupusas, Guatemalan pupusas. I've been like dying for some of those. Like they're okay here, but they're not like out in the Southwest, like California, New Mexico, places like that. Like get a pupusa. Like you need a Guatemalan pupusa too. None of that. Like none of pupusas from nowhere else. Just Guatemalan. Yeah, right up here will be another loading point. Right up here, Winky. Guatemalan are my favorite. I'll never ever eat. Never eaten it. Every other one I've tried, I haven't liked. Just Guatemalan, baby. Same with goat too. I love goat from. I like a goat from Guatemala too. Piss off the El Salvadorians inside the house. Getting a little bit of a roll here in the VIX. So VIX trading above its 1 and 5 minute right now. It's coming back down to test the 1 and 5 minute. We'll see if the VIX can hold on or not. Don't enter any puts just yet. Want to see what the interplay is here on the VIX in the background. I've never had a cabrito from what's that, Jamaican? I've never had Jamaican cabrito. Is it any good? But I love cabrito, man. Young goat. That's what young goat is. Like if I say I like goat, that's because it's cabrito. The shit too. John Haggerty knows what it is.
It's also noting the S&P Banking Index pairs its gains with the Fed Senior Officer Survey. It shows tighter lending standards and a weaker demand.
Probably reversal coming up here right now. These fucking bears aren't selling their puts either. They're still long. They're long as fuck on 412p. I'm watching the VIX in the background here.
So on top of this, just keep in mind as well, at 4 p.m. Eastern Time at the bell today as well, the Fed is due to release its May 2023 financial stability report today as well.
Jeez, it makes you wonder if this is the move for the day, right? It's like, do we just fucking pin this close? Like, there's your down move. There's your up move. There's your down move. Thanks for playing. This makes me want to take the rest of the afternoon off. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, what do you think, David? It almost looks like the day is over. Let me take a look at NQ. I was looking at it earlier. Oh, hold on here. Hang tight. I'll check out NQ right now, brother. I mean, Tesla's holding up just fine right there. Tesla looks great right now. NQ bullish as fuck, man. NQ is like ready to start. All right. Hold on. 413. Like NQ is bullish. I mean, XLF bounced right. Dude, XLF just ripped some faces off. I'm long some calls right now. They're printing like crazy. 413 Cs. I'm now up on the day. I just sold 39 cents on 413 Cs. They just printed me fucking almost 100%, 80% trade. Sorry, I'm trying to pound my food here so I can get back into the stream. It was SPY with a definitive bounce off the hourly trigger almost to the pin strike. I'm good. I'm happy again. I'm very happy right now. I'm making money. Getting bull plane alerts across the board on SPY. Running into some supply above right now. XLF taking back all of its losses. Price now above the 15-minute 27 EMA. Daily holding up well. 4-hour holding up well. 1 hour almost to, I mean, we just went just below the hourly. Tagged that hourly trigger almost perfect. They're not complete yet. I've got a bunch of alerts set up for like how bullish, or we're working on a bunch of alerts for like how bullish is this? How long will it last? Like, do you expect it to last for just a day or 5 days or a month or 3 months? You'll get an explainer down the road on this stuff. But it alerts you if we're very bullish, very bearish. And it tells you before, not after. This is a key point here. It tells you like before it happens. So instead of being like, yeah, we're extreme bearishness right now, and we're at like, let's say we like sold down to 380, and you're like, no shit, Sherlock, I already know that. We're down 500 points. Like, I'm trying to make these alerts so that let's say we're up 100 points. It'll start to tell you like start to take profit as a bull, or start to buy the dip as a bull, or as if you're a bear, like start to sell here. Lock in profit if you're a bear. Like sell side, buy side. Tells you before it happens. Expected release, June 30th at the latest. I think. I'm just trying to prove stuff, and we got a bunch of code to write and stuff, and more work than I expected, and it's taking longer than anticipated, but the release to you guys, I want it to be good. Like I don't want to release anything to you guys that you're going to lose your shirts on. Like that's a big no-no. Like I can't give you something and then be like, "Hey, are you getting torched to the ground?" So I just want to make sure this stuff works. Observe it. Thanks, Darth Molly. Yeah, we're getting there, bro. You know, this is going to be something that we want you to use for years and years and years. So if it takes longer than expected, we're not going to release anything that's not right and ready to go, or like not right. So gap never filled right here. Gap never filled. Pre-market high never touched. Neither have been tagged yet. So the idea here is this. The gist is this. So the idea is this. So I'll just keep it simple. I started this project originally because I knew retail was losing their asses. Like bad alpha everywhere, bad information, bad habits, you name it. So it was like, yeah, it's just passion project. And then like it's like grown into this thing where it has to be able to like sustain itself and take care of itself and have continuation and all kinds of shit. And it's cost me a lot of money and time over the years. So I have to, like, it has to either end or grow into something that can sustain itself. There's a lot of people that volunteer in the background. There's a lot of time and effort and money, just like cost of doing this. But at the same time, I want a free option always. So the idea behind it is some people are like, hey, I want to support this project and that it becomes sustainable over time and all that kind of stuff. And other people are like, I'm poor, you know, I can't. So, and I get that too. So we're going to take a jab at it. We're going to be like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try to provide a service, but we'll make it so that the idea here is that you can get by without paying for anything. But it's going to be a lot of hard work. You're going to have to do a lot of work for what is free. Not like you have to, but nothing will be handed to you. There are traders and investors out there that want better service. Like, I want a tool, or I want an alert, or I want filtered. What tickers do we look at? Some people just want levels. Some people want just an options profit calculator. Some people want like.
So seeing NYMEX settlements here. NYMEX natural gas June futures settling at $2.23.
And then there's like the cost of the data is expensive. It's oopsie, bad word. It's regarded.
37 a gallon.
So like, there's a like. So I'm trying to do it so that it's like a value-based proposition. If you want certain things, you're gonna have to pay for it. And it's cost money and time to do that stuff anyway. So
that's up $1.82. 2.55%.
So if you're a poor trader, you're gonna be able to get by just fine. Is my point.
Allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
But if you want like a detailed, like if this then that, if that then this, if you want to know every morning, like so when I had a discussion with Winky yesterday about what to expect today. If you want that information, the time it takes to put that information out, put it together, do the research, then come out with a statement every morning and say, this is what to expect tomorrow. I'm going to have to charge for that kind of stuff. So there'll be like a public post every day. It's free. If you want more detailed, you'll have to pay for it. If you want, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. But that way it becomes sustainable too. I can then bring on content providers so that you'll have like a live stream every day. You'll have a recorded video at nighttime. You'll have a stock picking show on the Saturdays. It'll be a complete package so that some people want that. They're like, I want a complete package. And it'll help to support the volunteers and the moderators and the admins and the developers and all these people. I got to keep these people around. I can't like can't do this for 5 or 10 years. Yeah, and I appreciate all of you out there. I love all of you out there. More than you know. I'm so grateful and there's certain things I haven't done here. Like, I haven't taken on any sponsors. I haven't done any, I don't sell you guys anything, none of that stuff. Some of you have access to my back end. You don't know that I don't make any money. It's been a passion project I've put the time in. I've put in 2.5, 3 years for you guys. So you guys know I love you 100%. If it doesn't work, this is the truth. If it doesn't support the project, I'll tell you up front. And we will close it down up the road if that happens. If we're like, hey, look, it's not paying for itself, so that we can continue to do this, I'll tell you. And it's not going to be like I disappear tomorrow. Everybody here behind the scenes knows who I am. So you'll get an advanced warning if we're like, hey, this isn't working or something. But it works. It does really well. There's a lot of cool stuff. Maybe I'll talk about some of it right now. Let me see if I can bring some of it up. Give me a second. I'll try to bring it up. Give me 2 minutes. You guys want a little bit of a tease? Probably, huh? It's like things we're working on. We're working on a we're working on an options profit calculator. We're working on paper trading. I'm working on a cycle and seasonal like a clock for you, so that we can look at, hey, what are we exiting out of? What are we entering into, like the market at all? We're rotating into gas or oil or gas and oil exploration, or companies or sectors. We're doing, we do the levels right now, right? I think I've been putting levels out for you for a long time now, right? So you're going to get levels and pivots, points, and levels every day. And we're trying to work on a tool where you can do it for any ticker in the market. That's the ultimate goal, is that you'll be able to get every ticker in the market. Like you just go in and just type in this, that, and the other thing. We're also working on a tool that you can use to plot it on a chart on our site every day. So like some people just want them sent, right? Some people are like, I just want them sent to me. Okay. Some people want it plotted for themselves. We're going to do another tool about market cycles, market cycle tool. Like the S&P 500, when it's cycling up, when it's cycling down with clear. It's kind of cool too. It's like we're rotating, we're selling, we're buying. Or not we, but the market. So we're in a liquidation phase or in a rotational phase. That includes a market breadth indicator and PPO and PPMs with predictive future predictions on them. So you'll get like 5 bars out on a daily chart. We're also working on like GEX flip the options market too. So like if you want to see where all the calls and puts are in the market, we're working on that tool. We're working on gamma models. We're working on Max Payne. That's the same shit. I'm working on another one that's kind of cool. Right now, this is hard to find. It's working on a options contract price chart. So you'll actually see the life of an option. let's say you look at an option that's like expires in a month, you'll be able to see the value of that option on a graph chart, on a chart. We're working on a put call ratio suite. We're working on growth stock scanner. That's when I call out growth stocks to you. Every day you're going to see if any of these cycle in, you're able to go in there and just look at them on your own. So you just go in there. The concept here is that you go in there and you go, okay, so 1 popped up today or 20 popped up today. It'll have a nice white paper that tells you how to chart them out and how to look for setting alerts so that you can build an ETF. And we're going to keep track of that ETF. So that ETF will like keep track of these tickers over the course of a year or 2. Or 3 and say, yeah, we're long this, we're selling this. So an ETF basically with growth stocks. We have an algo being worked on right now. We have we have an ETF tracker and insight tracker. I can't tell you anything about that right now. It's like super top secret. We're working on another one called Twitter Pulse. Twitter and Wall Street Bet Pulse. So we have an algorithm that can track sentiment on Wall Street bets and Twitter in real time. We have a news feed thing, but I think that's way down the road. The daily briefs I told you about, the weekly news weather I've told you about, the videos I've told you about. Education, Winky's going to be working on that, and some other people creating permanent educational content like John Haggerty stuff, David AMS stuff. We got the trigger tool too. A whole bunch of crap. Oh, dude, so I got a cool tool for you guys. I named it in there, but one of the tools that we have is tracking Kathy Woods and Jim Cramer. Wait till you see that shit. It's like tracking Kathy Woods and Jim Cramer. It's going to be fucking awesome. Like, I'm all giddy about it, too. Like, I can't talk about this stuff, and, like, I'm always, like, at that edge of my seat. You know, like it's like a kid waiting for Christmas or Hanukkah or something to get a present, like a birthday. Yeah, you want dark pool too? We're paying for the data already. I'm sure we could work that into it. I thought about it because if we're already paying for the fucking data, you might as well do options too, right? I think that might be my CPU. Thank you. Thank you, Alexa. This stuff's kind of cool. Like, it should be a full suite. The idea here would be that, oh yeah, that's the CPU, man, being delivered. Oh yeah, baby. Squeezing up now in to fill the gap above. It's at 413.32. We also have the pre-market high at 413.60. And so there should be something for everybody. Like if you're a seasoned or a new trader, there should be something for you. If you're looking for your gamma stuff, you'll find your gamma stuff. If you're looking for pretty much anything for everybody. And the cool part is that you guys are going to be able to beta test it. And you're going to get the trade the trigger tool as well. Yeah, it does spreads, complex strategies. You know, the idea here is that if you're a poor trader, it's free.
And Brent crude.
You'll be able to get by.
$7.09 a barrel. That's up $1.71 or 2.27% on the session.
Thanks, I appreciate asking for the best place to donate where they don't take any money from me.
Points, Fibonacci,
Right there.
profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
You know, and the best part of all of this is like Discords. I've paid for Discords. Like there's nothing really. Like I've tried every flow service, every one of them out there. I've paid for them all. I've tried every gamma service. I've tried you name it. I've fucking tried them all. I've tried everything out there. I've tried Bookmap. I paid $800 a month for Bookmap with all the tools, bells and whistles. Paid for everything. Paid for Discords with like pump rooms, you name it. Paid for alphas. Paid for all kinds of stupid shit out there. And I think this is better than all of them personally. If it's not, you let me know. But there'll always be an option that's free. You're all in the front door. Nobody else is. So you're all going to be able to beta test it and tell me what's good and what's bad about it. And if you think you get a better deal elsewhere, which I know you're not gonna, I already know you're not gonna. I already know right now because I've paid alphas for live streams, private live streams. Those guys come on for like an hour or two. I know what they do. Like scheduled. I'll be there every Thursday at between 1 and 3. I've already paid for this stuff. So I already know what's out there. So I think it's going to be the complete package. My thought process there is it has to sustain itself. Our Discord's our Discord's free. It's banger. You can go into our Discord and make $1 million a year easy. You can go into I know right now you can go into our Discord and find like 3 or 4 guys in there and say, just teach me your ways and you'll be a profitable trader first month. Guaranteed. I already know it. Know it for a fact. So, I mean, just that alone, like private Discords cost up to $1,000 a month just to be there. So, you know, like, I don't know what I'll say on all of this, but, so there are people out there that want to see this work. Like there are people here that watch this program that are like, I will support this. So if those people support it and we make it happen, then we make it happen. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to like, you know, I'll stop streaming and I'll hang out with like 100 of you in a Discord or something and we'll just make money together every day. Like we used to. No. No, it's invite only. It's private. But I put invites links inside the stream all the time. Like nothing here is paid. There's no like pay me $5 a month for your levels every day. TF Times, I'll give you a link right now, brother. What's crazy too is there's this like weird thing where traders are like, the more I pay, the more valuable it feels to me. That blows my mind. If it's free, it's not worth something. That's a crazy thing too. What did we hit down here? Almost to the tick, right? What was that? $411.26 right there. What was that tick down there? And you can't pay for that stuff. There's an aspect to this that well, there's two aspects. There's three things. Some of the things that infuriated me for a long time was I'd like pay for a service for data, right? Like to be like, oh, here's all your, like a good example would be options flow. I'd pay for a service and it was just like overload. And it was like throwing shit on a wall, and you're like, well, how do I make this actionable? People are like, you got to learn. I'm like, that's bullshit. Some option flow services. So you guys may or may not know this. Options flow, right? You can match options flow up to buy, selling, and hedging in lit and unlit markets and stuff. And you can actually tell if it's a buy or a sell. But not all options flow services do that. Some do and some don't. And even within that, some option services cut out the noise quite well. Some option services cut out noise, and they don't cut it out quite well. Then there are other services out there that you go to, and they give you the data, but they don't take a position, or they're obscure about what they're what they think is going to happen. They don't take a position. They're like, I'm going to give you the bull, the bear, the middle, or I'm just going to be obfuscate what the answer is, so you don't hold me accountable. So it's like that shit you run into. I already told you about what you run into in Discords with. You go in there and you go into a Discord that you pay for, and people are just assholes. Or they speak in tongues. So you get all those kind of issues. Then you also have the last issue, and this is the big one for me, is being able to trade with somebody is kind of fun, right? It's cool. It's fun. It's important to do. It's important to bounce your ideas off somebody else's ideas. Am I on the wrong side of the trade? Am I going to get blown out here or not? So like having that person with you is big. Now, there's a whole ball of wax with that. That's a problem. So like you do that with some people, like you tune into some streams, not everybody out there right now, but like tune in some places and it's very dry, right? Other places you tune in and it's like two bros sucking each other off. They're like, oh, dude, check out. Like, do you want me to rent a Lambo and rent a mansion and take some video? I can do that for you if that's what you want to see. I can go get a flight on a private plane and take some video of it, and you can think I'm that guy. If that's what your thing is, that's fine, but that's not my thing. Like a real trader's life and a real trader's experience, like in real life, what is it like to be a trader? Winning and losing with you live on air is important. And a lot of times you won't get what you're looking for. And then just having fun sometimes while you're trading. Having a voice with you in the background, someone that interacts with you in chat, someone that calls you on the phone or answers your DMs. I can't do that as much as I used to be able to do it, but there's too much going on right now. But, all that kind of stuff is kind of hard to come by. The core group of us, the truth here is that the core group of us have been together in one form or another for multiple years. You know, so it's not like it's a like, hey, Captain Jim James, nice to meet you. Like, this is a core group of people that have been doing this and making their livings for multiple years here. I haven't considered tracking politicians. So the tracker that we have right now that's being worked on is insane. Like, I've never seen anything like it. And you know what's fucked up about these trackers that we have is that it's very counter. The results are completely counter to what's being grifted to you for what I call churn. So a lot of what you're being told on social media is inaccurate. And I have the data to prove it. And I wonder if part of it is about what's called churn. It gets you to sign up, basically, to pay a fucking fee, which is fucked up. Completely. There's like an aspect to this where, you know, YouTube this week started to demonetize longtime content creators. And the truth is, this is the truth. They're catching creators that are lying to you, the consumer. And there's multiple reasons for it. So if I buy, I was having a conversation with my friend last night about this, and I'm like, you know, I've never done any of this stuff ever, but I can see why people do it. You know, I'm going to give you a basic example. So or YouTube doesn't pay a lot in their ad revenue. They don't pay a lot. They just don't. So do I really care about YouTube ad money? No. So if I'm selling a service or looking for a sponsor, the best thing for me to do, and I don't really care if I get demonetized, would be to make it look like I have 10,000 views. That'll do 2-3 things. It'll make you think that I am a qualified person. It'll give validity for you to sign up for some bullshit I'm selling. And it's something that I can sell to a sponsor to get the real money, right? I don't do any of that shit. But you can do that, and people do that. You know, content creators do that shit. And right now it's leaking that a lot of these content creators actually don't have 10,000, 30,000, 80,000, 100,000 views on one of their things that they make. So like my audience, I know for a fact is real. Every morning I go in and block bots. And I don't pay for anything. Like I don't pay like for that stuff. You know what I mean? And even further on that point, for SEO on a website, if I were to fake my numbers and tie it all into a website, that would bring me more business too. It's kind of fucked up. Now, I don't do any of that stuff because I don't believe in it. I have ethics and morals and ideals and values and shit, believe it or not. And I never started this to get rich or make money. So that really wasn't on my radar and isn't on my radar even now. But it's kind of fucked up to see it happening pervasively. This isn't like just this isn't like streamers for financial stuff. These are just streamers in general and video makers in general. So it's like that's the dirty underworld of and that's not just the dirty underworld. You're kind of pushed into it. Like I've tried to resist a lot of stuff since day one. So like day one, right? Just trying to take a donation, PayPal was like, "Get fucked, buddy." They're like, "That's fraud. You have to produce something that's tangible that we can show them so they can't ask for a refund or something." So like I had to go I actually spoke to people at PayPal about this. But then on top of all that, you've got social media companies, gardens, and fiefdoms that are developing or creating at some point where they want to take your money. So I'm a content creator, right? I create content for you. They want like Elon is like, I want to pay you for your content that you create, but you can't put it anywhere else. It has to be hosted here. It's our property, that kind of stuff. You have other companies. A restreaming company wanted me to restream broadcasts in Europe, and they're like, well, we own all your shit now. Then you've got PayPal. They're like, hey, we signed a deal with Twitter. You have to go through them, right? We want 30%, and they're going to get 30, or we're going to split 30%. You're going to keep the rest of it, but you have to pay taxes on it. That's 50% gone. You know, and I have my own costs. Like, forget about me keeping $1. It's like the entire system is being built around, or it's being like in the back end. There's a whole bunch of the system built to like force you into paying a lot of your money to them, and then also pulling bullshit to look like you're something that you're not. It's kind of crazy. And then you've got people that are trapped in those fiefdoms. Like you've got people that are like, oh, I've got a Substack. And you saw what happened with Substack on Twitter, right? And you'll see more of that. Like you can't use Patreon anymore or whatever it is your favorite person does. And they get tied into these things. So then, of course, it's costing me a ton in the back end to not let anyone host my content. Like, so now I need a website. I need to host my content on a server. I need to protect and keep it to myself. This is why I don't do sponsorships too, because I don't want to be beholden, or currently do sponsorships because I don't have the deal that I want. You know, I don't want to do their deal. I want to do the deal that protects me and the content and things that we do. I want to own my content. And I don't want you to ever think, hey, is he pushing something on me? Like you saw, I'm not going to name names, but you guys see, right? Like people are like, buy this fucking NFT. And they're getting checks for it every time they mention it. Some fucked up shit. I've been offered sponsorships. I got emails and shit. I got people in this stream that know, like I've seen them. And I haven't even talked to the people that have reached out to me yet. Because I don't want to do something and like sell out to that. So if I was here for money, making money from you guys, I would have done it a long time ago. For some decent money. 6 figures. And haven't done any of that, so it's a really weird place. It's like it's a really weird thing. It's like if you like start doing this with like this concept of I just want it to support itself. I just want it to fucking like be fine and all this. Like you run into all these problems where it has to at some point make money to support itself, pay the bills and pay people. Plus people's like they're giving all this free time and stuff, and then the data, cost to develop, cost to keep it separate from all these other fiefdoms. As a matter of fact, Joe Donut is one of my partners in the background. And he's to make sure that I stay on the straight and narrow, that there's never any kind of like sketchy captain, like snorting cocaine and banging hookers and flying around the world in a fucking G4 or something. My friend I was talking about yesterday, I was like, you know, something gross that we could do, that some people do, is you only focus on meme stocks that people are trapped in, which is kind of gross. Because I already know that you're trapped and you're emotionally attached to that. And so I capture you as a follower, and I feed you Kool-Aid every day. That's what people do out there, which is kind of gross. They don't move on from trades. Instead of like telling you to get the fuck out and move on, they tell you stay in. They don't explicitly say stay in, but they feed into your emotions, which is disgusting. That it really is. I'm not that person. I'm like a cold-hearted fucking trader, but I can definitely separate fucking over a fellow retail trader. Right on. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of crap behind it too, right? If they find out you're making too much money, they'll demonetize you because you're making money elsewhere. Yeah, I had somebody tell me recently, like, they're like, you can do crypto all the time, man. You can't get in any trouble. It's unregulated. They can't do shit to you. Yeah, Winky, I agree, man. Yeah, then your competition starts to take swings at you as you grow. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I saw that shit too, Winky. They were like large, like, I'm not going to discuss the details of how they were doing it, but you know how they were doing it. And that shit's wild too. It's all bizarre. Couple nice trades today. So far, failure to close the gap above. That's the 1 minute chart. Coming back to test now the 5 minute. I think we can squeeze up into this bell here. Hour of power. We're going to look at something here, though. I want to talk to you guys about something here. So it is the last hour here. Let's take a quick look here. Let's have a look up for the rest of the week here. So tomorrow at 8:30, we have Fed Governor Phillips speaking. We have New York Fed President Williams speaking at 12 p.m. Big vol for the week is on Wednesday. We've got CPI, core CPI, year-over-year CPI, core CPI year-over-year. Now, some more big ones. On Thursday, we've got PPI. That has actually made more difference recently than CPI. Just a note on that. CPI was like the focus. Now it's PPI. Like is the problem with end product price, or is the problem coming from the actual eggs being sold? Like not Denny's, but the egg baker. So I'd be highly acutely aware of PPI as we head into Thursday. We have claims on Thursday as well. More volatility. All this is at 8:30 in the morning. Continuing claims, 8:30 in the morning. So we've got big vol coming in on Wednesday, Thursday. That's what I'd expect for us to sell heading into there. Wednesday. Not even Wednesday. Excuse me. Tuesday at some point. So at some point tomorrow, I'm going to expect some, yeah, everything looks great. We're going up. And then boom. Hedge the market. Friday, we've got import price index, consumer sentiment. We got Bullard and Jefferson on a panel. We're going to look at different time frames. On a daily, price is above the white line, the 27 EMA. That's bullish. Trend, 4-hour trend is up. We successfully defended 4-hour trend. Trend is up. Successfully defended the 1-hour. Trend is up. On the 1-hour. Trend is up on the daily. Trend is up on the 4-hour. Trend is up on the 1-hour. 15-minute. 2 big bars, right? So what do we know right now? Trying to confirm that the way is up on the 15-minute timeline. So what are we looking for? A successful defense of 412.61 into the close. 412.61. We want to see this get defended here. 5-minute chart. Same thing, right? Trying to defend the 5-minute, trying to defend the 15-minute. 1 minute right now. We are defending the 1 minute right now, right? We're attempting right now to defend this 1 minute on a check back, right? We traded the 1 minute up, tested, got a new high, tested, failed to make a new high, go back to check the 1 minute to ensure if the way is up. So now we're going to probably want to retest the 5-minute to see if the way is still up. Is there still demand? We got some gaps to close down below. Trend is still up. Dips are being bought on overall trend, right? Come up here, come back down like clockwork. Is this the time to take a super long? Probably not. Are we going to break above, though? We already know on SPX, right? We already know that we broke out of the channel, successfully defended it. But the way is higher to 430. We know that. We know that balance is right here. Right? No decision yet. Came up, sold off, found buyers. Sold off, found buyers. Sold off, found buyers. Sellers, are they still above at 417 or not? That's the big question, right? Today, sellers seem to be saying, no, we've come down, Cap.
On the social media space earlier, just seeing confirmation now from the White House. So the Biden meeting with congressional leaders on the debt ceiling will take place tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, shit. More volatility tomorrow at 4 p.m. So they're stacking it up right now, right? We got vol on Wednesday and Thursday. We got vol into the close tomorrow.
Actually, here order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Series of lower highs, lower high, lower high, lower high. We also know that the more bearish we get going into Wednesday and Thursday, not so much Tuesday, but Wednesday and Thursday, that all these bears placing all these bearish bets is going to relate to dealers taking the opposite side of the trade to offset, at least for a minute, right, to get neutral on all these bearish bets into Wednesday and Thursday. Where do they want to sell the market? They want to sell it here at 413? Unlikely. They can, but unlikely. Possible to squeeze in a Tuesday? You bet your ass it is. Squeeze up here on Tuesday and then come back down. I think we're going up tomorrow. I think the best you can hope for is closing the gap somewhere around my expectations tomorrow. Trade to 1469. Possibly close the gap above at 416.72 and await volatility. So the trade is up and then down, or maybe down in this kind of bullshit into Thursday or Wednesday, Thursday. No more vol for a day. You get 1 day off of vol. I'm going to expect turnaround Tuesday. We're just waiting on the 1 and 5 minute to check this 5-minute trigger down here. I want to check this, make sure that the demand is still down here or not. We'll know on the 1 and 5 minute down here if demand is still here. If demand shows up on the 5 minute, the way is higher. So wait on the 1 and 5 minute to this bell. I'm going to go back to the hourly and give you some ranges. We know that's top. That should be red, right? Right now we know that's top. We also know that just below it, we're getting a little long in the tooth here, right? These fucking bears, man. No offense, bears. Just using you as a... getting a little softy here, or a little bit long in the tooth, right? We know the daily velocity is heading lower. We know that a roll is coming. We know that. Nope, hold on here. Unless we get some better news, right? We know that we're selling into this move lower over time. We do have got some gaps to fill down below. We said earlier today I would love to buy a dip down here. That didn't quite happen. We got the hourly dip. We didn't get the daily dip down here. We didn't get the weekly dip down here. Where's a safe trade long? Down here. That's the safe trade. So is it like something where you should be like, yeah, I'm holding 0 dates in it tomorrow? It's risky. There's a payoff there, but it's risky. This is kind of the place to put on some kind of a hedge, right? We talk about that. Put a hedge on. So we got Wednesday, Thursday. There's your opportunity right here to put a hedge on. We also have vol coming down the road, and that is the debt limit ceiling bullshit. Garbage that means nothing. This morning we discussed, and I posted on FinTwit how to put on, how to hedge that, right? So if we bloodbath it down, you're going to print fat. If they have this like secret midnight vote and we blast up to 430, you're not going to lose $1. You'll probably make 10% on that trade. So you should be hedged. If I come into this fucking stream, be honest with you, if I come into this fucking stream and you guys were like, my shit's on fire, and you didn't listen to me and put a hedge on, dude, I got nothing to say to you. I don't know what else to say to you at this point. You can also see this trend right here. You know, there can be a case that we're going down tomorrow, right? We open flat tomorrow. We start selling off into Wednesday, Thursday vol. You can see that right there shaping up. So just as we're up here right now into this close, there are easy ways to buy an in-the-money put spread for like Thursday. In-the-money fucking, SPY put spread as a hedge. And if we start trading it up, maybe you buy it for Friday or Monday. And if we start trading it up, you take 0 dates or 1 dates to counter that trade so you're not upside down in the trade. If that's your thesis. Always have like an opposite side of the trade or a counter to that trade or a pair for that trade that you can run. And where do I want to buy a fucking I shouldn't be swearing. I want to buy, or where do I want to long? Like long with confidence? Yeah, I want to long up here with some consolidation. That's a great long right there. I want to come back down over here into Thursday and buy that long. I'll buy that. I'll buy the heck out of that. Won't even blink. Take that all day long. Take that all day long. In here is kind of a question mark as a bull. It's like just start getting short in here somewhere. Pin strike down here. This is on the 5 minute. That box is the 5 minutes right here. Or not quite. I think that might be the 15 minute. There it is right there. Trying to proof the 15 minute right now. So I've got stuff on the market right now, not 0 date, 1 date stuff. But for me, I'm probably flat into this close. If this stuff gets defended in here, like all this garbage in here gets defended, I might think about a long. But they're trying to sell it, right? So I want to see this get defended on a 5 minute, on a 15 minute. The 1 minute's not being defended. The 5 minute is trying to hold. 15 minutes still kind of holding. So if this stuff holds into the bell, I'll consider 0 dates into tomorrow. If we start bleeding off into this bell, I got no business buying. Well, I guess I could. Like trying to chase a hole as a bear or some shit like that. Maybe I'll do that. I guess it could. Yeah, my voice is cracking right now. Yeah, I had meetings this weekend. It was normally on a weekend I don't do a lot of talking. I don't take phone calls anymore. I try not to call people because I don't talk. This weekend I had to. Nice little 1 minute bear plane right here into the close. We'll leave it on the 1 minute to see what happens here. See if we can catch that bear plane to the downside. No, thanks, G-Dad Gold. Liquidity leaving the market currently. So, yeah, well, you've got some volatility tomorrow at 4 p.m. You've got Wednesday volatility. You got Thursday volatility. So the only question becomes, when do they begin to truly sell the market? My thought here is that it's not until tomorrow in the afternoon. Like, I'm going to give you 2 times to look at tomorrow, 11:30 in the morning and 1:30 in the afternoon. Somewhere into that time frame. That's when I think you start getting the selling. And you should be looking to, put a hedge on the market for that shit. In the money, put spread, ratio spreads, and you could just do a ratio spread that's like 2 months out, a month out or something like that. That could cover you as a hedge. E-Trading Shorts, my man, how you doing? I love you, brother.
So geopolitics is...
I was talking about you yesterday, man.
Chinese diplomat accused of targeting a Canadian MP in foreign meddling schemes, according to Canada's Foreign Ministry.
I love you, brother. Thanks for supporting the channel, too. I think Yellen sets off the crash. Hey, McCronksta, how you doing, brother? Or McCronkska? Let me give some shout-outs right now to some people. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Please consider supporting the channel. Super shout-out to E-Trading Shorts. Rafael Vieira subscribed. Nashin86 resubscribed. Thank you, Nashin86. If you watch on Twitch, you can always subscribe through Prime Gaming. It swipes like $2.50 out of Jeff Bezos's gear or gear fund. It's a free way to support the channel. Pratika 100, thank you very much for following. Presto Shoot Stuff, thank you for following. Clayton KD Lung subscribed. TD Wars, Topinade, K Hill 903 followed. Love the Boy subscribed. Ivan the Great 7 followed. No Socks 22 followed. F Kobayashi subscribed. Jordan Lewis subscribed. We had a lot of subscribers today. Johnny G 3483 followed on Twitch. Jump Class followed. Back to Mush followed. My sister's I can't say that. I've said your name before. My sister's tight has resubscribed tier 1 for 2 months. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. OB Joyful followed. Panda Cito subscribed. John Parker subscribed. Dang, whole bunch of followers. Right on. Appreciate it, man. Woman, whatever you are. We've got Palantir reporting today. You guys want me to do that one for you? I can do that one. I like Palantir, gang. I'm a holder of Palantir a lot of the time, so we'll do that one. PLTR. Oh boy. All right, we'll look at it. Let's look at it. I got your back. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. After the close today, we've got PayPal. I was just talking about them. Suncor, Shockwave, Hims and Hers, Skyworks, Devon, Palantir. Tomorrow we got Nikola, baby. We got Airbnb at the end of the day. We got Twilio. Twilio switching over to all paid. Twilio now charging everybody. That's a good one to watch out for. Rivian, Affirm, Wynn Resorts, right? That's all tomorrow after close. We got Roblox later on the open on Wednesday. A whole bunch of small caps, mid caps, spec growth, all the stepchildren from the 2020 run. Big boy today, PayPal. Let's look at Palantir real quick. It's a 1 minute chart. Let's look at the big chart. Let's look at the big boys. Palantir. It's minus 43 right now. It's close to bottom. Weekly's getting less sickly. There's actually a lot of accumulation going on Palantir right now. A lot of accumulation down here. Daily looks good. Hourly looks good. I like buying it down here in the daily. That looks really good, believe it or not. That is the 30-minute chart. Hold on here. Let's look at the 30-minute. I'm not bullish on it heading into close today. And I'm not bullish on it. Hold on here. I'm not necessarily bullish into this close on it. Target below, of course, is to retest the lows at $7.29. But if price gets above 803, I would long it. Man, you could see way down here too, this $6. I don't like the hourly on it. The daily is outstanding on it. I like it above, though, 802. If you can ever get above 802, price target of $14.11. You'll have to fight these previous highs over here, but ultimately you're looking for, as long as price stays above $8, it's going to $14. Tough one to call, man. My view on PLTR since day one is my view on it since day one has been you shouldn't care about their earnings. You should just care about buying lows. If you're a Palantir like nerd, if you're like, hey, I love Palantir, my thought on it has always been buy it and don't look at it for a decade and hope that they put something together. I do have something negative to say about them. I did watch their most recent video that they were showing, the video that they were showing for AI on the battlefield. And I was in the military. It's a long way from what it's promising. I'll leave it at that. It's a long way from what it's promising. Could be 5 years, could be 10 years, could be 20 years, but I do like the idea of where they're going. They have so many fucking shares too. So I don't dislike them. I just don't know that it's something where, like, going into an ER, so if I was a bull, Palantir bull, I'd be like, any opportunity to buy a dip is there. I'm there for it. So if they go down to $5, $6, $3, buy it. And then if you get a good ER, you're like, woo. I'm not really as much of a fan of trading like a squeeze on Palantir. If you're going to do that, if it gets over $8 and can hold that number, like buy it at 8, and then you hold it with a stop loss underneath $8. Not a bad trade. I think it's an accumulation trade if that's your thing. If you're like, I believe in PLTR, that's my take on PLTR. Does that work for you? Oh God, we got yelling out there. You're back from doing it. Hey, did you play golf, Tony? Tony, did you bang some balls, or did you play a hole like a back 9 or something, front 9? Hey Scott, how you doing, man? You're welcome, Chris. Maybe does anybody think that PayPal is going to burn on their ER report? How about that question for you? What does everybody think about PayPal? You already know my feelings on PayPal. You know what the fucked up part too is that, like, I hate PayPal, but now I can take donations where nobody gets that money, like YouTube, Streamlabs, Twitch. None of them can touch that money. Well, I still have those options where they take some of it. But I have a direct way through PayPal now to take donations. I'm pretty bullish here, going in the close on PayPal, to be honest with you. Oh, you're renovating your parents' house? You're a nice guy, bro. I'm bullish PayPal into this bell. I'm very bullish. I'm bullish on PayPal to $78. And then I'm bullish on PayPal all the way up to $119. As a matter of fact, if PayPal sells, I might pick up I might make a starter position on it. Maybe they can pay me. Yeah, I think that PayPal is going to have a good report. Lane Meyer saying, I think PayPal hasn't punished long enough for it to really burn from bad ER. Yeah, I like the accumulation that's going on underneath it. Someone's been buying it. I don't know who is, but someone is. It's ready to explode, too. It's been accumulating. It's been accumulating since May 12th. Just relentless buying of 2022. An entire year. They're below the COVID lows. Maybe if you're a PayPal bull, you're going to be hoping for some kind of AI bullshit. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the last year's Davos thing. Yeah, and stock price, you lost the screen to people who don't like my stock. It's not moving fast enough. Tough, they can buy something else. I don't care. Yeah, E-Trade and shorts. It's like a it's kind of like a what are calls cost on PayPal? There's a degenerate trade there. I haven't checked the short interest on it either. It looks like it wants to rip some faces. NNOX, sell the fuck out of it right now. Max short. You want to know? Max short NNOX. NNOX. Max short it. Short it into the ground. It's definitely coming back to it'll see $8.63 very shortly. Yeah, I can't stand looking at come read I can't stand looking at stuff that's already happened. If it hasn't happened yet, long it. If it's already happened, short the fuck out of it. Career Low is saying that he's long PayPal. Yeah, Griff, right? You got to hear like you have to hear AI, right? Everything's AI right now. All the employee bathrooms are AI. Nice on BBYQ. Yeah, man, I can't how about this? Come read it. You know what I'll do is I'll do some research in the background, brother. But I'll be honest with you, it's an instant short. Be frank with you, man. Unless there could be something I don't know. Half an hour left. You got bears out there saying sell this close. I don't think so. I think that the way is up into some point tomorrow. I don't think we sell this early. Maybe. Sometimes we do. I don't think so. Let's look at the 5-minute really quick. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could sell the fuck out of this, couldn't I? Like just a nice down Tuesday. Oh, the inner bear is coming out of me right now. I just want to sell the fuck out of this market so bad so I can get a good dip to buy. I hate buying shit up here. Oh. Yeah, Comrade, I agree. Like, I don't think it's a bad ticker. I just think that, like, when you're up 200%, I'm like, is it going up 500%? Probably not. 200% is a lot, man. But I'm not anti-killing shorts. I'm down with killing shorts. Am I shorting Bitcoin? No. I'm looking for a short, though. I'm looking for one. I'm hoping that I can get one, like, somewhere in here tomorrow. What I don't want to do, like, I want to get it right in here. You know, I'm cheap, though, man. I'm always looking for the absolute cheapest. I want, like, two penny puts and have them print, like, $1. Man, look at all, dude. Tell you what, dude. Like, look at that shit. Dog shit right there, huh? Yeah, it's ready to rip. There's no reason to hedge the market until tomorrow at some point. Might as well grab some liquidity on high. That's my take. My take is that it's going to be on high. Boom, 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 boom. Oof, oof. Then you just you sell that shit down there. I'm an upside kind of guy right now. TRV and up over 320. This is like becoming the pump room already. I entertain one ticker and someone's like, it's already up 300%, bro. I usually don't even talk about those tickers because they're too highly manipulated. Oh, look at that sell side right there. Look at that big old sellers up in here. Look at these guys up here. You guys are ruthless. All bared up. Yeah, Tony, it was a good pump and a close, man. We tagged right down to 411.26. We hit the pre-market, or I think it was aftermarket close on Friday. Then we went down and hit the pivot point to the T. Then we hit the hourly 1, 2, and 3. Bears couldn't get it done. Now we're just ping-ponging around. Ping pong, ping pong.
Early market on closing balance still sitting at 142 million to the buy side.
Yeah, I use PayPal too. I use it to pay for things. I use Venmo a lot too. I don't use only time I use Cash App is when someone wants money or something, and that's all they use. Oh yeah, get on up there. Squeeze out all his bears. Squeeze them out. Make them feel the pain. Yeah, dude, did we close out the gap? Saying that we did. Did we actually close the gap out? We didn't close the fucking gap up there, dude. There's still a gap up here. We left the pre-market gap here. Still there. You see the shade? It's right there. If we closed above this H line, that's a bad. That's bullish. I thought I might have still been in some calls there. Oof. For a minute there, I thought I was sitting in calls. Let's take a look at tomorrow's market. Oh, dude, look at this for tomorrow. Tomorrow we got 163,000 calls on 413C and 162,000 puts on 412P. Those just disappeared. And Algo just turned off the put side. They're just long the into the bell right now. They're on 413Cs for $1.12 into this close. The heads just came off for tomorrow. Get ready for Burr. Heads just came off the market about 3 seconds ago. Yeah. Johnny, are you short or what? Yelling. Dude, such a disaster. Such a disaster. I mean, I get it. Like, I know that the Treasury has to say something, but I know that she has to give the warning. I realize that it's like a function of being required. But can you imagine being that person? You're basically like the person that's saying, See, like I try to explain this to people simply. I'm like, it's kind of like we've never seen aliens, but the Senate is arguing if there is or is not aliens, and you've got Yellen saying, if there is aliens, we're totally fucked. But we all know there's no aliens, or at least right now we know that there's none. None that we should be, like building space guns right now. Not that we would even be able to recognize an alien more than likely, but that's another conversation. That's what we're doing right now. That's what she's doing. Just like stoking the fire. I get that she has to say it. I get like the form and function of the government is to say, required by law to let everybody know, but it's still a disaster. Johnny's saying he's short MNQ, SPY, Qs, and building long oil and about to exit a couple more at plus 500 panel gain. Except for, what's his name? Except for what's his face from Meta. He's a lizard. Oh, there goes the door opening up. We're peeking to the upside right now. We're going to start touching peepees up there. Everybody and their sister's getting short. Everybody and their sister's getting a bunch of puts right now. What's happening right now? Dude, this is abnormal right now. Is something coming out before the close? Uh-oh. Liquidity disappearing from the market currently. This is very unusual. Last 15 minutes of the close. Yeah, I'm looking right now. The book just went to 0. What the fuck is going on out there? Is there something I'm not knowing about? Uh-oh.
Early market on closing balance still sitting at 142 million to the buy side.
What the fuck is going on in the book? Is there like some news event happening right now? Disney's bringing back dining plans, updates park reservations. We got Disney reporting here soon. On the 10th, I believe. We had bad news today. Tighter credit. This is Jerome Powell saying that he believes that tighter credit conditions will do the rest of the job. We know for a fact that companies do not care about tighter credit conditions. They take loans whether conditions are good or bad. This is more in line with making credit conditions more difficult for you at home. Got some Airbnb earnings coming. Dude, look at that book. Just went. Some going on out there? Can anyone tell me? Look at that book just went dark. Look at that. Oof. John, did you just sell the entire market, dude? Did you just sell every contract that you had in the market? Yeah, I know. Like, who just did that? Trading 413 right now. Market just like the whole market like just disappeared. 413.08 right now, squeezing higher. We got PayPal earnings after the bell. 12 minutes left. Thanks for joining me today. Be back again tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'm not staying long tomorrow. I've got a golf outing at nighttime. And no, I'm not taking little blue pills and getting drunk. I'm just going to play golf. I think this is John Haggerty. John's like, I'm closing my longs. Hey, Croissant, how you doing, brother? I did take a blue pill, though. I took one the other day. Took one yesterday, but I didn't chew it up drunk. Yeah, you know what the talk is right now? So this weekend we have a tourney coming up at a historic golf club that is important to the revitalization of the city. I'm very upset about this. What they're saying is, so the inside word right now is that the superintendent that they hired is an up-and-coming superintendent from the East Coast. And I guess he was cleaning house. And so people are thinking that it's an inside job from some groundskeepers that he let go. We've seen this happen here. Like, Detroit's a weird place. Like, the Lions is like known as a team where you can play a few years, get your retirement, and you're not going to get killed or anything.
So just taking a look at the market on closing balance for today, currently sitting at 427 million to the sell side. We'll just wait for the final orders to come.
Yeah, something's really weird here, man, in the market. That was a weird part. That this whole thing right here was kind of weird.
Early market on closing balance, 427 million to the sell side. So that's the market on closing balance for today's session, 427 million to the sell side.
There is, like, Detroit has some good things about it, and then there's, when you try to change things in Detroit, sometimes it's not received well, and you piss people off. And I think that's the word. That's the word on the street about. That was bullshit, man. Like, this is a great fucking city, and it's made a huge comeback. And I know some people are like, golf courses suck, and golf sucks. That's fine. But, you know, people make business deals. They try to bring money into the city, try to make the city better. If people want to go back to what this city once was, they don't fucking deserve to be living here, I'll be honest. Because the only people that were left in this city when it was burning to the ground was the ultra poor, ultra uneducated. I mean, you didn't even have criminals here. They all got burned out. They all went to prison. Like, the city, like, went through hell and back again. So I'm not on that side of things. Like, there's a small minority that are happy, and I'm like, you're fucking crazy. Like, you don't want good schools for your kids. You don't want your streets paved, and you don't want a fire department. You don't want a police officer to come help you. It's insane. So that was upsetting to see, man. Yeah, that was bullshit to Delhi. That's a beautiful course, by the way. There's a couple good, like, in the city of Detroit, there's a couple really nice courses. And then, of course, in the state of Michigan, golf is huge, like outside of Detroit, but it's a hollowed course, man. Yeah, I'm looking like, so I'm not taking. I was gonna buy some calls here. I'm not buying any calls. I'm just flat right now. We'll see if PayPal moves the market higher. I want to take some puts on Tuesday, 10:30, 11:30, 1 o'clock. If we open lower, that's fine. The puts came off earlier. I'm looking at for tomorrow. We've got 174,000 calls on 413C. On the 10th, we've got 32,000 calls on 189, 190C. This might be fuel to take the market down tomorrow too. On the 11th, we got a stack of calls. Let me know what you are in this bell if you're long or short. I'm seeing so much vol later in the week. Like, we got vol at the close on Tuesday, we got vol on Wednesday, we got vol on Thursday. I know you guys want vol every day, but I'm like, like, if you have it stacked up, like you got a calendar of volatility coming, I don't think it's going to start selling. Or not now, I don't think it's going to start selling. Yeah, you're all short in the close. Yeah, bunch you are short. I bet you guys are all short in this close. Yeah, you got some lottos on PayPal and Palantir. I'm interested to see if Palantir or PayPal sell on their earnings today. I'd be willing to buy some dip on both those companies. So I've got them on my radar if they sell off. And I'm betting that the put call ratio is to the fucking moon right now. I bet the put call ratio is super high. Is it bad? I haven't even looked. Is it stupid? Oh, you guys aren't doing it again, are you? You guys like jacking the put call ratio up to like fucking 4 or something? Something stupid. It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
So 5 minutes away now to get the Fed.
What is it right now? All I'm seeing is the 5th. I'm not seeing today's numbers yet. Let me see if I can look right now and see if they're crazy high. Oh, yeah. It's up to 2.03.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
You guys are loaded to the tits. The implied volatility today is 2.77%. Tomorrow's implied volatility starts cranking 13% tomorrow. Maybe I will buy some puts here. Hold on. Yeah, on this bell, I'm going to wait for these reports. You get some implied vol tomorrow of 12.97%. The put call ratio today, dude, was 2.03. You've got a put call ratio tomorrow of 1.37. Yeah, I got a little bit. I got some puts for tomorrow. I got some 410Ps. So your put call ratio for tomorrow is at 1.37. That's the lowest put call ratio of the week for tomorrow. Today, though, you guys loaded the fuck. You guys loaded the fuck out of puts today. You guys got all bared up today, man. Like, super bared up. And then you're super bared up for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then you're super bared up for Monday and Tuesday. Jesus. And Wednesday. And then you guys are all bared up on the 19th. Savages. If there's a window, I'll be honest with you, if there's a window for us to go down, it's probably tomorrow. Well, at least in terms of the put call ratio. Tomorrow's your window of weakness. Otherwise, you guys are hedged to the tits. You guys are like all full board, dude. Like on May 19th, all of you own puts. Like everybody, all of FinTwit owns puts for May 19th. And I mean like all of them. You guys own every last one. Oh, wait a minute. You guys also own a shit ton of puts for June 16th. You own the entire market, June 16th, for the market crash. And there's still a bunch of you that own a shit ton of puts for December 15th. Bunch of savages. Oh, you want to see what I'm looking at? Here, I look at this right here. Hold on a second.
Surely expecting the Fed financial stability report.
What am I looking at here? I am looking at book map right here. I'm looking at a bar chart. And I'm looking at the right now I'm looking at SPX. SPX put call ratio. We can do the SPY too. I'm just looking at SPX right now. Bar chart, put call ratios. You can pick what you get them off of. If there's like a window of weakness, it's tomorrow. Outside of that, you guys are this whole market is hedged to the I don't know what to say. You guys are hedged to the gills.
Fed says prime money markets and other cash investment vehicles remain vulnerable to runs and to contribute to fragility of short-term funding markets, and says that nearly half of the respondents to the Fed survey on the near risk cited US debt limit, which was not signed out as risk in the prior report, and says higher rates and geopolitical tensions among near-term risks, and says the ongoing bank stresses could lead to market economic slowdown, and says persistent inflation and monetary tightening alongside banking sector stress are top cited potential risks by survey respondents, and says large banks subject to liquidity coverage ratio had sufficient levels of high quality liquid assets to withstand expected short-term cash outflows, and says it prepared to address any bank liquidity pressures that may arise, committed to ensuring deposits remain safe and banks can continue
Counter cranking
credit. The Fed says policy interventions by bank regulators limit the potential for further stresses. Domestic banks have ample liquidity to overall.
Palantir tagged 786 right now. That's that $8 I was telling you about earlier.
Absorbing capacity.
Palantir, PayPal strong after the bell right now.
The financial stability report says the U.S. Federal Reserve says the recent turmoil in banking industry has stabilized, but could weigh on credit conditions going forward.
PayPal all over the place right now.
And the Fed says funding strains were notable for some banks, but overall funding risks across the banking sector were low.
It's really weird watching ES and SPY right now. SPY like not moving. And on this news that we're awaiting right here. PayPal going boom. Now it's down. Is Bill cranking right now? Yeah, I'm going to hang up right now, but we're going to turn it off right now, but I'm looking at earnings right now. Yeah, I'm looking. Now, the news just came out. Palantir is trading higher right now. We're waiting on some news into this bell right here. Not seeing a reaction in SPY right now. Mixed reaction right now in PayPal. He's not speaking about him. I don't know why. The Fed is saying that policy interventions by bank regulators limit. Let me see if I can get some of this stuff up for you. Wait a minute, I'm bouncing back and forth here. PayPal not doing too bad right now. Palantir is doing great as well. Yeah, the Fed financial report. I'm reading it right now in the background. Let me see here for a minute. This is the Fed. Nearly half of respondents to the Fed survey on near-term risks cited the U.S. debt limit, which was not singled out as a risk in a prior report. So that's new. Commercial real estate prices have declined since November, but valuations remain high. That's an important one to note because we are traditionally coming into a weak part of that sector. The amount of high-quality liquid assets decreased for banks but remained high compared with pre-pandemic levels. That's good news. Prime money market funds and other cash investment vehicles remain vulnerable to runs and contribute to the fragility of short-term funding markets. That's negative. Persistent inflation and monetary tightening alongside banker sector stress are top cited potential risks by survey respondents. Large banks that are subject to liquidity coverage ratio had sufficient levels of high-quality liquid assets to withstand expected short-term cash flows. That's actually positive. We are prepared to address any bank liquidity pressures that may arise, committed to ensuring deposits remain safe and banks can continue to provide access to credit. That's kind of bullish. Interventions by bank regulators limit the potential for further stress, and domestic banks have ample liquidity overall. We know that's true as long as we don't have any bank runs. Recent turmoil in the banking industry has stabilized, but could weigh on credit conditions going forward. Funding, and that we'll go back to that. That's where Jerome Powell is saying that the credit markets will do the rest of the job. They weren't speaking about businesses. They're speaking about you at home. That rates are high enough and that they're going to tighten credit on you. So even if you can't afford, or you perceive that you can afford, that they're just not going to give you the loans. Funding strains were notable for some banks, but overall funding risks across the banking system were low. So my assumption here is that, i.e., bank runs being created by the internets, social media, and wealthy individuals, and then good old-fashioned rating and good old-fashioned vigilanteism from powerful influences on the stock market. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Just so you note, Palantir with a great report, it seems, trading $8.77. A subdued reaction in PayPal, probably waiting for their guidance at this point. If you were able to buy and hold, I was hoping for a dip on both these tickers, but they're not even going to give me that. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30.